debesų. Išskrido paukščiai lyg dausų, tyla jų meilės, giesmės baigės lyg krikštoje toli nuo mūsų, pamiršę darganas ir lietų, išskridę paukščiai į namus, sugrįž pavasarį saulėtą, lai krikštoje toli nuo mūsų, užmiršę darganas ir lietų, išskridę paukščiai į namus, sugrįž pavasarį saulėtą. Jak se sire навкруги, таке похмуре і зів'яле, коли не чую я птахів, які так часто нам співали.
Кохана, будь спокійною, зимою непокірною, нехай налякані, як ті, весною повернуться в дім. Кохана, будь спокійною, зимою непокірною, нехай налякані, як ті, весною повернуться в дім.
O mes besparniai, žemės paukščiai, jūs pasitinkam akimis. Ir vėtra vėl nujausdami grėsmingon šiaurėn, žiūrim paukščiai, likimas lygas ir nuožmus, dažnai lyg žąsą žmogų mėto, pavydžiu paukščiams į namus, jie grįž pavasarį saulėtą, likimas lygas ir nuožmus, dažnai lyg žąsą žmogų mėto, pavydžiu paukščiams į namus, jie grįž pavasarį saulėtą.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Lithuania, Gitanas Nausėda, First Lady of Lithuania, Diana Nausėdienė, the former First Lady of Latvia, Aneta Levite, Special Envoy of the Secretary General of the Council of Europe, Thordis Corburn Reykjord Gylfadottir, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Lithuania, Kęstutis Budrys, Your Excellency Ambassador of Ukraine, Olga Nikitchenko, Magnificent Rector of Vytautas Magnus University, Professor Juozas Augutis, members of the Lithuanian Parliament, Excellencies Ambassadors, and representatives of diplomatic corps, Чиновна спільнота Українського центру, dear academic community, all esteemed guests. We have gathered today at the Ukrainian Center at Vytautas Magnus University to commemorate the third year of Ukraine's fight and resilience in the ongoing Russia's brutal war. We commenced with the song Paukščiai, Birds, performed by the singer Monica Maria and the children's choir Mriya from the Ukrainian Center. The Ukrainian word Mriya means a dream that every child has the right to have, as well as the right to a happy future. However, today for many Ukrainian children, the future falls under multiple threats. The solutions must be discussed and found, and this will be the main focus of today's international conference entitled 3 Years, Countless Futures, Protecting Freedom and Ukraine's Children. To honor the perished Ukrainian defenders and innocent people, let us rise for a minute of silence. Thank you. Please welcome His Excellency, President of the Republic of Lithuania, Gitanas Nausėda, to deliver an opening speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all for participating in this third commemoration of Russia's full-scale war against Ukraine. The dark period has touched every Lithuanian. It also mobilized our efforts to help Ukraine and its people. I am proud to note that the Ukrainian Center, established under the roof of Vytautas Magnus University on the initiative of my dear wife Diana and Ukraine's First Lady Olena Zelenska, has become a haven for the people of Ukraine in Lithuania. A place where Ukrainians can foster their cultural ties and build their national future. Today, Lithuania remains strongly committed to supporting Ukraine's independence, territorial integrity, and right to determine its own future. We want Ukraine to enter any future negotiations from a strong position. A decisive victory must be achieved to stop Russia from attacking ever again. Using this opportunity, I call on everyone to persist in our efforts. Let us do everything we can protect Ukrainian children. Let us bring Ukraine and Europe closer to a just, sustainable, and lasting peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let us welcome the patron of the Ukrainian Center, First Lady of Lithuania, Diana Nausėdienė.
Your Excellency, President of Republic of Lithuania, dear friends, my colleagues, First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska, and former First Lady of Latvia, Andra Levite, Special Envoy of the Secretary General of the Council of Europe, First Deputy Speaker of the Seimas, Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Your Excellency Ambassador of Ukraine, Your Excellencies Ambassadors, Your Magnificence Rector of Vytautas Magnus University, esteemed representatives of diplomatic corps, dear academic community, representatives of cultural institutes in Lithuania, representatives of non-governmental organizations, dear conference participants, dear Ukrainians. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone who has responded to the invitation to participate in this conference. You are the ones who care about Ukraine, its freedom, its society, and above all, its most vulnerable members, children, their future. For 3 years now, the world community has been a witness and a hostage to the war taking place on Ukrainian territory. During this time, a generation has been born and is growing up in Ukraine, which defies the characteristics of Generation X, Y, or Z. Their fate is more complex. In Ukraine, all generations are growing and maturing under the shadow of destructive violence and military brutality. Society is being mutilated by the occupying chauvinistic war machine that relentlessly grinds international agreements and civilized legal norms into a bloody pulp, forcibly expelling people of all nationalities who refuse to accept the occupying policy of Russification in sovereign Ukraine from their ethnic lands. The granary of humanity's food bank, the most fertile soil in Europe, is being destroyed in Ukraine and contaminated with the trash of war and the waste of harmful toxic chemicals, depriving the world's starving countries of the means to overcome the specter of famine, increasing the deficit of healthy food products, and multiplying long-term systematic environmental, economic, and social problems. Justice cannot be born from injustice, no matter what kind of force or domination is imposed on a civilized society that builds its relation on the principles of cooperation and mutual respect, international law, and universal cross-cultural justice. War, unfortunately, is a defeat of the principles of constructive, rational, and creative human activity by violence, the principles of destruction and annihilation. Humanity must not suffer when, under the guise of the interest of one national identity, the citizens of all other national identities are discriminated against. Democracy loses worldwide. We all must understand the consequences. When every Ukrainian child is deprived of his, of her inherited right to national sovereignty, when the freedom of choice is taken away in the part of a country occupied by the aggressor, when the prospects of a full-fledged education for children are destroyed along with essential civilized protections for their national, social, economic, cultural diversity, healthy lifestyle, and nutrition, it is clear that the future of the country is under attack. It seems that we are living not in the 21st century, not in an era of progress, but in a dark age of regression. And we are all responsible for tolerating and legitimizing it, or not. Children's psyche, thinking, values, and worldviews are shaped from an early age in a harmful, destructive environment that inflicts physical, mental, emotional, and social damage. An unjust, unlawful, and unnatural reality influences the formation of younger generation and determines the structure of their future society and the continuity of intercultural relations they will create. The phrase, "children are our future," is not just a winged phrase. The war is destroying Ukrainian children's perception of the world around them and changing it in a destructive direction. Aggression, violence, deprivation, forced deportation, constant stress, loss of home, family, relatives, and neighbors, friends, psychological and emotional abuse by the occupiers, physical injuries, and victim syndrome. All of this impacts their emotional and mental health. And while it is said that traumatic events do not always lead to mental health disorders, such as as post-traumatic stress, and that the people can cope with it, with trauma, if they are given the right tools. The fundamental question is far deeper. How, in principle, can you harm people, destroy their lives? Also, children have stronger compensatory mechanisms and are often more resilient than we assume. Early intervention, especially methods targeting children's mental health based on scientific evidence, can help them. But the most critical question remains: why do they have to suffer? To live in an international system that allows them to be harmed, to be deprived of their homeland, home, mother, sister, father, brother, leg, arm, peace of mind, faith in humanity, and all prospects of their future. The global platform of First Ladies and Gentlemen, first brought together in 2021 by Ukraine's First Lady, Olena Zelenska, at a time when no one believed in the possibility of a full-scale war, focused on global challenges that can and must be effectively tackled through the soft power of society. Since the first days of the war in Ukraine and every year since, the participants of this global platform, spouses of heads of state, representatives of governments, parliaments, international and civil society organizations, journalists and intellectuals have been addressing a wide range of topical issues, actively discussing and searching for rational solutions, and mobilizing international support for the children of Ukraine. Together with the former First Lady of Latvia, Andra Levite, in the summer of 2022, when the war machine was already in the full force in Ukraine, we stood together in Kyiv alongside the First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska, and appealed to the international community not to be indifferent to Ukraine's fate and to do everything possible to spare Ukrainian children from the horror of war. Thank you, dear Andra, for showing solidarity and for your continued active soft power work. Thank you. Lithuania has not only provided temporary refuge to Ukrainian children and women who fled their war-torn country. It has set an example. On the initiative of Olena Zelenska and myself, the Ukrainian Center was established in cooperation with academic partners in the premises of the Vytautas Magnus University Academy of Education, where we all are today. Its contribution to the psychological adaptation of Ukrainian children, their integration and the preservation of their national identity by developing a wide network of intercultural contacts between Ukrainian children, their parents and grandparents, in Lithuania is rewarded in the most meaningful way, through children's smiles and their ability to live normal, civilized lives in a foreign language country. This conference at the Ukrainian Center in Vilnius is a natural continuation of soft power work, bringing in international know-how and seeking further relevant institutional, professional, expert solutions, most importantly, effective ones. Every day, the Ukrainian Center in Lithuania proves the immense importance of our shared intercultural human decency. It aims to ensure whatever our diverse cultural roots are, a process of harmonious integration of Ukrainian children into local Lithuanian culture, based not on destruction, not on violence, not on disruptive anti-social activities, but on diametrically opposite principles: mutually respectful communication, and the fostering the multicultural, cross-cultural ties in an open academic, interinstitutional public space in Vilnius. I would like to express my gratitude to all international partners and all ambassadors personally for strengthening this oasis of freedom. Thanks to you, we can demonstrate that the global world is beautiful. Thank you to each who, through your daily personal choices, proves that the world has a different perspective, a path of constructive multicultural cooperation built on the principles of humanism. At the Ukrainian Center in Vilnius, we consolidate individual uniqueness through work. We seek not domination, not assimilation, but a unique integration of all cultures through people and their social, institutional, and academic initiatives. This one of a kind educational, research, and cultural center open to the international community has no analog in the world. No other country has yet matched it. In this safe space, which helps heal the wounds of war and psychological trauma, the work and creativity of people of 21st century, women, men, children, shine again and again. This happens every day, not only thanks to the Lithuanian or Ukrainian presidents, governments, and parliaments, but also to the European Union, the Council of Europe, NATO, the United Nations, and all other countries and all international partners. I am grateful to all those working here and now to create great prospects for a peaceful and civilized future together through real actions. As we gather in this unique place for the conference marking the third anniversary of Russia's full-scale war against Ukraine, we continue our high-level international discussions on children and their mental health. And now, I hand over the floor to you, distinguished visionaries of peaceful future, wishing you deep insights and effective outcomes. Thank you.
Dear First Lady, thank you for your insightful words and very sincere wishes. We shall now hear a video address by the other patron of the Ukrainian Center, the First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska.
Шановні учасники Заходу, вітаю і дякую, що ви зібралися тут, в Українському центрі. Ми називаємо його «Українським серцем Литви», і це перший український культурно-освітній простір не тільки в Литві, але й в ЄС. За це я вдячна його засновниці, пані Діані Наусєдєні, яка зараз тут. І я вдячна всій Литві за підтримку українського народу, яку ми відчуваємо всі ці 3 роки оборони нашої країни. 3 роки немало для дорослого, а для дитини – це часто взагалі все свідоме життя. Уявіть, що все ваше життя йде війна, і все своє життя ви ходите до бомбосховища частіше, ніж на дитячий майданчик. Ви бачите виснажених батьків, і вам страшно. Все життя. Для 1-річного Адама Тарасевича з Запоріжжя російський напад тривав все його життя, а в листопаді це життя обірвалося. Його маму та прабабусю вбила російська атака на місто. 3-річний Демид і його 2-місячна сестричка Оляна з Кривого Рогу також ніколи не жили в мирний час. Їх російський обстріл вбив разом із мамою і старшим братом в кінці минулого року. Російська агресія затьмарила всі шкільні роки Софії Яворської, 8-річної дівчинки із Сум, яку російська ракета вбила разом із батьками вдома. Софійка відволікалася від щоденної загрози читанням, а місцева бібліотека назвала її своєю постійною читачкою. Це був її дитячий і щирий спосіб жити та мріяти під час війни. Коли я це вам розповідаю, поранені сусіди Софійки ще в лікарнях, бо це все сталося зовсім нещодавно. Мені хочеться розповісти про кожного з 599 вбитих Росією за 3 роки дітей, щоб вони не перетворилися на статистику. Бо найгірше у війні – це її нормалізація. Прислухайтеся до себе. Якщо всі ці історії здаються вже звичайними новинами, то, на жаль, для вас нормалізація війни вже відбувається. Вона стає чимось звичним. Так працює людська психіка. Коли ми не можемо чогось змінити, нам легше цього не помічати. Але справа в тому, що ми можемо. І саме для того ми тут всі сьогодні. Важко, але реально захистити ще живих українських дітей. Наприклад, повернути тих, кого полонила Росія. Нам потрібні зусилля буквально всіх дорослих світу, бо наразі з 19 тисяч викрадених Росією дітей нам вдалося повернути лише 388. Тож звідки повертаються ці діти? Якщо хтось уявляє, що вивезення в Росію – це таке саме дитяче життя, тільки в іншій країні, то він дуже помиляється. Що насправді чекає на українських дітей в Росії, ілюструє, зокрема, історія Влада Руденка з Херсону. Після захоплення міста окупаційна влада відправила хлопців в табір, буцімто на відпочинок. Табір виявився військово-виховним. Хлопця зачиняли за провинності у 2-метровій кімнаті та змусили видалити із телефону всі українські контакти та фото. Коли мама нарешті відшукала його, здолавши шлях через кілька країн, їй довелося провести кілька діб на принизливих допитах. Ось такий відпочинок. Що б сталося з Владом, якби його не вдалося повернути в Україну? Відповідь у долях інших українських хлопців. Мілітарна машина агресора взяла їх у оберт, з якого вони не вийшли живими. Наприклад, 16-річний Ілля Москвітін потрапив в російський табір патріотичного виховання на окупованій території Донецької області і загинув весною 2022 року. Ще один хлопець, Дмитро Котов, жив у Джанкої, коли у 2014-му РФ окупувала Крим. І також потрапив до таборів патріотичного виховання. Уже в якості військового загинув, направлений завойовувати Україну. Такий самий страшний шлях від уроків російського патріотизму у спеціальних таборах до загибелі зі зброєю в руках проти України пройшов випускник школи міста Кальмію з Донецької області Іван Шифман. У численних таборах та подібних установах Росія зумисно мілітаризує викрадених українських дітей, обробляє їхню свідомість і використовує як солдатів проти їхньої справжньої батьківщини. Шановні присутні, я хочу, щоб ці історії розповідала не тільки я. Я прошу вас стати голосом цих дітей, вбитих, покалічених, викрадених, тих, кого саме зараз залякують, дурять, чиї життя під загрозою. Ви знаєте, що за ініціативою України створена коаліція з повернення дітей, що до неї доєдналася уже 41 країна. Але одного створення мало. Треба діяти. Поки вони ще живі, поки вони ще в нас вірять, треба стати посередником у їхньому поверненні. Можна і треба допомогти реінтегруватися тих, хто вже повернувся. Бо їхні психологічні соціальні втрати після пережитого такі, що самим їм не впоратися. В Україні для цього діє програма Bring Kids Back UA, створена за ініціативою президента України. Закликаю приєднуватися, бо кожен людяний дорослий на шляху цих дітей – це їхній шанс знову повірити в світ та життя. Йде 3-й рік української оборони. На що я сподіваюся, крім героїзму українських чоловіків і жінок? На свідомість і емпатію всіх відповідальних людей різних країн, котрим не байдуже, яким буде життя та як його побачать і відчують їхні діти. Сподіваюся на вас, шановні учасники, а діти сподіваються на всіх нас. Дякую за увагу.
We thank the First Lady of Ukraine for such sincere sharing, and perhaps all of us keep in heart the promise to keep true to the request that she expressed. Today we have also with us the former First Lady of Latvia, Andra Levite, and would like to welcome her for a word.
Most Honorable President of Lithuania, Gitanas Nausėda, my dear friend Diana, and my dear friend Olena, and dear participants of today's conference. I am not a lawyer, not a politician, not a military strategist. I'm a medical doctor who works with girls and women every day, and I would like to talk from the medical psychological perspective. War against children, deportation of children, this is highly morally reprehensible. Children, this includes minors, orphans, children with physical, intellectual, or mental disabilities. The term crime, deportation, brings back very painful memories in Latvia, because in 1941 and 1949, during the Russian occupation, many Latvians, including children, were deported to Siberia. On November 20th, 1989, the UN General Assembly accepted the Convention on the Right of Child, later also ratified in Russia. I will mention some articles. Article 6, the right to live. Article 9, the right not to be violently separated from parents. Article 19, protection against violence. Article 34, protection against sexual violence. All mentioned rights Russia is violating against Ukrainian children. For the abducted Ukrainian children, people like Olena and Diana, different NGOs, governmental institutions, and international conferences such as today are guarantees to regain their freedom. On the day of return, the children will learn they were never forgotten. There were constant demands for their freedom, despite Russia's propaganda, despite attempts of Russification or changing the children's names and prohibiting the Ukrainian language. These permanent efforts and actions will be an immense help for the abducted children on their long and painful journey of healing. Sooner or later, hopefully sooner, the day will come when the adopted Ukrainian children will return to their families and hometowns. On the day of the children's return, there will be tears of joy, smiles, laughings, hugs, and kisses. But sadly, no child will return the same as it was before this all happened. There are many examples in history when you want to know. Talk about the survivors of the Holocaust. Talk about the young Argentines who were separated from their families during the time of dictatorship. Talk to the Aborigines in Australia who were members of the stolen generation. Abduction, physical, emotional, and/or sexual violence will have left scars, visible and invisible, on every child. Allow me to mention some of these medical and psychological considerations these children will have experienced during the abduction. There will be short-term consequences, and there will be consequences that might stay with the victim for life. There will be deeply personal consequences, and there will be consequences for the Ukrainian society. There will be consequences that can be treated, and there will be consequences that will be fatal. The visible marks of the abduction, including physical violence, will be a variety of injuries. The invisible marks may include all kinds of emotions. For example, anger, disgust, fear, humiliation. These are only some of the primary emotional stages, but they may be followed by more severe and longer-lasting mental disorders, such as depression, anxiety, panic, unpredictable flashbacks, suicidal tendencies, aggression towards themselves or others, sleep and eating disorders, emotional withdrawal from former life. The short-term consequences may be painful physical injuries that can be cured if treated rightly, but lifelong consequences, especially after sexual violence, might include sexual transmitted diseases such as syphilis, gonorrhea, or HIV. All these diseases may cause chronic pain, destroy personal dreams due to infertility, a lifelong dependence on medication, countless medical treatments, hospitalization, and sometimes death. A particularly significant lifelong consequence for girls and young women after sexual violence and rape could be unintended pregnancy. I'm a gynecologist and obstetrician, and I think every pregnancy should be a welcome and joyous event. The mother-to-be should be able to love the child from the very beginning. No new life should be created when there is hate and humiliation on one side and fear and disgust on the other one. There will be also consequences for the Ukrainian society after the brutal abduction of this huge number of children. Undoubtedly, after experience this kind of terror and completely loss of self-determination, many of these children will have problems integrating in regular family structures, social life, or educational system. Their talents and skills might remain undeveloped. I do not like speaking about people as human resources, but young people with severe physical and mental health issues will be painfully missed in building and changing the social, cultural, economic future of the post-war Ukrainian nation. These children deserve the help they need to heal both physically and emotionally. The help should be offered in an unbiased and empathetic manner. It should be available as soon after the crime as possible. It should be close to where the victim lives and offered by qualified professionals in the victim's native language. Nowadays, the medical term PTSD is common sense, but formerly was known only in academic spheres. Formerly, people who suffered PTSD after horrifying events were told to forget the trauma, to be silent, to carry on with their so-called normal life. And most of them did. They did so, but they had nightmares, painful flashbacks, they developed different kinds of emotional disorders, committed suicide, or initiated intergenerational trauma. The next generation suffered without really knowing why. Their parents had erected a wall of silence. Today we know that professional help may smoothen one's own trauma, but also the burden of the next generation. And this is the wish for the Ukrainian nation. They should prosper and have a happy life post-war. After 3 years of suffering because of Russia's full-scale war against Ukraine, the Ukrainians deserve and need friends, as we all do. We all do need friends, and it is a good feeling to have friends. Thank you very much, dear friend Diana. I would like to introduce you to Ihor, 8 years old. I don't know where I adopted him. Was it in a conference in Kiev, or in Lviv, or in Riga, or in Vilnius? But now he stays with me, and I'm dedicated to bring him back to Kiev on the day of victory.
Dear Mrs. Leviter, thank you for your warm and professional contribution to our conference. The opening remarks will also be delivered by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Lithuania, Kęstutis Budrys.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, First Ladies, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to address you today at the Ukrainian Center, which is yet another example of close cooperation between our nations. Today, as we are marking 3 years since the start of Russia's full-scale invasion into Ukraine, and the aggression continues over a decade, or even for centuries now, with the repeated outbreaks of mass murder. Russia's war is a blatant breach of international law and fundamental principles as we know them. It has inflicted unimaginable destruction and suffering on the people of Ukraine. The most vulnerable, its children, have borne the brunt of this conflict. Over 2,000 children have been killed or injured, more than 20,000 are listed as missing, and countless others were forced into deportation, illegal adoption, indoctrination. All policies designed as Russia's long-term strategy to erase their Ukrainian identity and future. The systematic deportation and illegal adoption, indoctrination, and militarization of Ukrainian children by Russia is a war crime of immense cruelty, one that is systematic, calculated, and meticulously prepared in advance. The international community must condemn these atrocities and ensure that Russia, as well as its accomplice, the Lukashenko regime, are fully accountable for these crimes of war. Last June, Lithuania submitted evidence to the International Criminal Court regarding the Lukashenko's regime involvement in the deportation of Ukrainian children to Belarus. We strongly call on all nations to join this referral based on universal jurisdiction. Lithuania is at the forefront of efforts to shed the light on Russia's war crimes and crimes against humanity. Through our active engagement in international organizations, particularly the Council of Europe, we have taken definitive measures to mobilize collective action. As a proud member of Coalition of the Return of Ukrainian Children, Lithuania has taken decisive steps to address the unlawful deportation and forced transfer of Ukrainian children. During our presidency of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe last year, we championed the Council's membership and active participation in this coalition. Lithuania is ready to lead initiatives for more rigorous monitoring mechanisms, closer cooperation with Ukrainian authorities, and stronger support for Council of Europe program like HELP, Human Rights Education for Legal Professionals, HELP, Training for Legal Professionals. Under our leadership, the Council's HELP unit launched an online course on protecting children's rights in armed conflict that equips legal professionals with tools that ensure the return of deported and illegally adopted Ukrainian children to their homeland and to their families. We must also work through the broader United Nations system. These bodies have proven their effectiveness in addressing the rights of children in war zones and can play an important role in keeping global attention on Russia's war crimes. Cooperation with UNICEF and the International Criminal Court is essential to gather evidence, support affected families, and prosecute those that are responsible for these terrible crimes. Lithuania has also announced participation in the Safe Pathway Home initiative. This effort aims to help Ukrainians, including children who have been rescued from Russian captivity, return home safely. Every opportunity to bring even one Ukrainian kid, prisoner of war or civilian, back home is worth our collective efforts, and we have thousands of people awaiting our helping hand. Lithuania is honored to lead the Future for School project, offering a ready-to-implement, free adaptive design to build the future Ukrainian schools, a resource available for both Ukrainians and international institutions and donors. And thanks to our education initiatives, nearly 2,000 students have already returned to classrooms, demonstrating the tangible results of these efforts. We recognize the mental health service, access to education, family support are vital for recovery and inclusion in Ukrainian society. Lithuania remains committed to raising awareness and inviting partners to join in supporting the education and welfare of Ukrainian children. Together, we stand united for justice and protection of Ukraine's future. We recognize that fight to bring Ukraine's children back home and those responsible to justice is commitment to human rights in action. It helps preserving Ukraine's dignity and identity and ensures that such atrocities never become a norm. If we fail, the deportation of Ukrainian children will set a dangerous precedent. Only Ukraine's victory can guarantee lasting security for Europe and prevent further Russia's imperialist aggression. Lithuania is firmly committed to stand by Ukraine, supporting its victory till the end, as we used to say, as long as it takes, whatever it takes, and we will be there with the victory in Kiev. Slava Ukraini!
Dear Minister Budrist, we thank you sincerely for such strong and promising words and wish you every success in taking these important steps in bringing the Ukrainian victory. Dear participants of the conference, we would like to sincerely thank His Excellency President of the Republic of Lithuania, Gitanas Nausėda, for sharing this moment with the community of the Ukrainian Center, for being with us today. Thank you. By Her Excellency Ambassador of Ukraine, Olga Nikitchenko.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, I thank everyone for holding Ukraine in your heart. And this is evident by the fact that we are gathered here today for such an important reason and in such an important place. 3 years ago on this date, Ukrainians still lived in peace. Parents tucked their children into bed without fear of the missile strikes. Families woke up without the sound of the air raid sirens. Then came the 4 a.m. on the 24th of February 2022, and everything changed. Millions of Ukrainians woke up to the explosions, to the invasion, to the new reality of the devastation and loss. But we didn't wake up in despair. From the very first moments, we stood and we fought. Not because we wanted to, but because we had to, because there was no other choice. Because we knew exactly what was at stake, and this was our freedom, our children, and our future. And just as Ukraine didn't think twice or hesitate, neither did Lithuania. You chose to fight along us, knowing that this war is not just ours, but it is a battle for the future of all who refused to be ruled by tyranny and fear. I express my deepest thanks to the President of the Republic of Lithuania, Mr. Nausėda, for his steadfast lead in supporting Ukrainians' victory, for ensuring that Ukraine never stands alone, and for railing the support when we needed the most. Madam First Lady, Ponia Diana, I thank you for your solidarity, for your invaluable support, for making thousands of Ukrainians feel at home here in Lithuania, for having a special place for Ukraine in your heart, for standing alongside my First Lady, for every summit of the First Ladies and Gentlemen, and for always being there. Also, thank you so much, Mrs. Levite, for Actually, you were the only two first ladies who were there for the first wartime summit in 2022, and the importance of it can never be overestimated. So I thank you on behalf of my country and on behalf of my first lady for that. It's emotional. I also I also extend my heartfelt thanks to the leadership of the Vytautas University for giving us a place and for having us under your umbrella and for giving all of the support that you have. I'm also very, very proud to see that that our long-term vision of the Ukrainian Center is now being put in place. So now it is not just a powerful institution that supports our community and helps us preserve our culture, but it is also, it amplifies the most pressing issues for Ukraine, and that is both, critical and timely, just like today, actually. I think this is the third high-level forum that is held here in this premises under the aegis of this center. And today's topic is not just important, it is also about justice, humanity, and the future of our nation. We are here to be the voices of those who cannot always speak for themselves, and I mean the children stolen from their families, ripped from their homeland and subjected to a fate imposed to them by force. And we stand here to ensure that their voices are heard, and we will hear today one of the children who had undergone, unfortunately, all of that. And the return of those children is one of Ukraine's priority, and I thank you today of sharing this with us. We fight for a long-lasting, just, and comprehensive peace for Ukraine, for Europe, and for the whole world. A peace where our children will not inherit the burden of the war, where they will grow up in the world of freedom, and where this freedom is never questioned and never threatened. I thank you so much. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Excellency, for sharing with us on this very important day. The floor is given to magnificent rector of Vytautas University, Professor Juozas Augutis.
Dear First Lady of Lithuania, Diana Nausėdienė, Your Excellency Ambassador of Ukraine, Olga Nikitchenko, Special Envoy of the Secretary General, Excellencies Ambassadors, esteemed ministers, members of Lithuania Parliament, the academic and Ukraine communities. Really, it's a privilege to welcome you all on this forum, which is dedicated to supporting Ukraine's fight for freedom, democracy, and the future of children. As we mark the 3rd anniversary of the horrible war, we gathered at the Ukrainian Center for the 3rd International Forum to once again express our strong support to Ukraine and seek solutions to challenges facing Ukraine, Europe, and all the world. In February of 2023, when we marked the first year of full-scale invasion, the Ukrainian Center hosted the first international forum, which was dedicated to President Volodymyr Zelensky's peace formula. Participants discussed ways to help Ukraine solve its energy challenges and to ensure Russia accountability for its war crimes and human rights violations. In 2024, the second forum held at the Ukrainian Center was dedicated to the invincibility of Ukrainians. It was devoted to the empowerment of Ukrainian community and their leaders in Lithuania. Today, as the war will still continues, the Third International Forum once again calls us to support Ukraine and its democratic future. It will discuss the ways of protecting Ukrainian children, especially those who have suffered deportation and illegal adoption. It will focus on how the international community can help Ukraine recover and rebuild. I am certain that the esteemed speakers will offer many important insights on how to continue helping Ukraine and its wonderful people. As a liberal arts university without us Magnus hold the values of democracy and freedom, which is especially under threat today. It is ongoing war. Ukraine has shown remarkable strength and remained a symbol of resistance for all entire democratic world. Academic events such as this forum are just a small part of how we can show our gratitude to Ukrainians and lend them the helping hand. In the 3 years since its opening, the Ukrainian Center has been not just a safe haven for Ukrainians, but also an important cultural, educational, and communal space where thousands of visitors attend various events and activities. We keep true to the words of the First Lady of the Ukraine, Olena Zelenska, that the Ukrainian Center is the place where Ukrainians' voice speak louder and the world can hear it. I wish for all you participants of the forum insightful discussions, important findings, and mutual understanding. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you, dear Rector. It is our privilege to have a special envoy of the Secretary General of the Council of Europe on the situation of children of Ukraine, Thordis Colburn Reykfjord Gilfordatir, for the keynote speech. Welcome to the floor.
Dear distinguished guests, our gracious host, dear participants. To create is hard but beautiful. To destroy is easy but monstrous. Today we live in a world where the forces of creation must be defended against powers of destruction, where we need to sacrifice for love in the face of hate, where we need to defend the beauty of life against death and violence. Most of the world was surprised by the fierce, effective, and heroic defense that Ukraine put up against the invading forces of the Russian Federation in the first few days of the war of aggression 3 years ago. Let's be clear, because in some places, people seem to have gotten confused. It is a war of aggression that Ukraine did not ask for, and let alone started. It is an unprovoked war of territorial conquest. It is a war that was started against a nation that had set its ambition towards a better and brighter future, one where democracy, human rights, and the rule of law would be guaranteed for all. It is a war started by Vladimir Putin, It was his decision, and it is his responsibility. Russian troops, many of whom had no idea that they were headed for a brutal confrontation, were told to carry with them ceremonial uniforms so they could prance around Kyiv as conquerors. Instead, the world watched with admiration a single-minded resistance by not only the Ukrainian military, but also the men and women of Ukraine, teachers, bankers, grocers, farmers, grandmoms and granddads, young men and women who did not hesitate to risk their lives to defend their country and their people. So why am I recounting this in a forum dedicated to the future of the children of Ukraine? It is because I believe that it's because of the love for their children that Ukraine continues to fight and will ultimately prevail. The people of Ukraine are fighting and dying so that their children can enjoy freedom, so they can live in a society where they can enjoy the beauty of life, a society where respect for the dignity of each individual is guaranteed, where the love and kindness are revered, but hate and violence are rejected. They are fighting for their children. The Russians are fighting and dying to satisfy one man's thirst for power and a selfish notion of glory. Defending freedom, beauty, and love requires way more strength, more courage, and higher moral purpose than seeking temporary comfort by giving up in the face of evil. Let's not forget that the president of Ukraine could have made a deal. He could have accepted an offer to be moved to safety. A lot of Ukrainian politicians and influential people could have made a lot of money by selling out the future of their children of Ukraine. But they know the stakes. They have chosen to show strength and moral courage. As Martin Luther King said, non-cooperation with evil is as much a moral obligation as is cooperation with good. The Council of Europe is based on a belief in human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. These are technical and legalistic terms. But another way of articulating the mission of the Council of Europe is that when it all boils down to its primary elements, we are defending freedom of the individual, the beauty of life, and the belief that love is the strongest human force. And no love is greater than the love that all normal human beings have for their own children, and that all decent people have for all children everywhere. This belief in the power of love for our children was very well expressed by the President Zelenska in his inaugural address to the nation when he first assumed his office on 20th May in 2020. He said, "I really do not want my pictures in your offices, for the president is not an icon, an idol, or a portrait. Hang your kids' photos instead, and look at them each time you're making a decision." Unfortunately, I'm not sure many other current world leaders would have said the same thing. And even more disturbingly, I know quite a few who would have found the idea quite absurd. Dear participants, this is my first public event in my new role as a Special Envoy of the Council of Europe Secretary General on the situation of children of Ukraine. It's a long title. I am grateful and humbled by the trust placed in me by Mr. Alain Berset, Secretary General of the Council of Europe. The situation of the children of Ukraine is dire, and the Council of Europe is determined to help. Millions of Ukrainian children have been forced to flee or have been evacuated from Ukraine to Council of Europe member states since February 2022. While most of these children were accompanied by at least one parent or guardian, many were not or separated from their parents. While it is difficult to obtain precise figures, what is certain is that the number of Ukrainian children outside of Ukraine is high. In EU member states alone, of the estimated 4.3 million people from Ukraine who are beneficiaries of temporary protection, 1.3 million are children. This number of the relocated children must be added to the high number of children that have been unlawfully deported, stolen, to the Russian Federation, Belarus, or temporarily controlled or occupied territories. An even higher number of children in the temporarily controlled or occupied territories are at risk of deportation, especially vulnerable groups, such as children in orphanages. The safe return of the children and ultimately their successful reintegration into Ukrainian society, as well as the protection of children at risk of deportation, are a priority concern for both Ukraine and the international community. As the First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska, stated in January last year, at this pace, it will take us more than 50 years to return them. It must be emphasized with great concern that the majority of the children unlawfully deported are at risk of irreversible harm, and with every passing day, the chances of their identification and return becomes increasingly less likely. The Council of Europe recently became a member of the International Coalition for the Return of Ukrainian Children, and I will engage actively in the work of the coalition. As for other efforts by the Council of Europe concerning today's topic, allow me to point out a few. We have issued a manual on psychological support and assistance to the children who have experienced traumatic events. It presents tools to understand the nature of trauma, its impact on children, and the importance of psychosocial support of children both during and after an emergency situation, and it is intended to support psychologists, social workers, and other professionals offering psychosocial support to children and their families, including in educational settings. But while we admire the bravery of the Ukrainian people, while we are in awe of their incredible perseverance in the face of adversity, let's not be naive. Their heroism comes with a cost. Not only in the sacrifices they are making on the battlefield, the entire nation is going through a period of deep trauma that is already manifesting itself in severe challenges to the mental health and well-being of tens of millions of people. Given the far-reaching and long-lasting psychological impact of war on children in particular, it's crucial to address this through a psychological and trauma-informed care approach for children of Ukraine affected by the war, both within and outside Ukraine. And without trauma-informed care for children of Ukraine, any reconstruction efforts would be incomplete, almost an empty promise on rebuilding Ukraine. It's not enough to rebuild roads, bridges, and energy infrastructure. To truly rebuild after a war, you must rebuild the true worth of a nation, the human beings, the children, the future of Ukraine. The Council of Europe Consultation Group on the Children of Ukraine, the CGU, represents another significant Council of Europe activity in support of the children of Ukraine. The CGU is a direct implementation of the Declaration on the Situation of the Children of Ukraine adopted at Reykjavik Summit, in which the heads of state and government call on the Council of Europe to set up an appropriate mechanism to coordinate actions regarding children of Ukraine. Launched in November 23, at the request of Ukraine, the CGU unites experts from 43 member states, representatives from relevant international organizations such as the EU, the UN, the Hague Conference on Private International Law, as well as representatives from international, European, and Ukrainian civil society. The CGU identifies gaps in protections and points to possible pragmatic and sometimes innovative ways to fill these meaningfully in line with existing European and international standards. It is the only platform of this type. Other noteworthy initiatives at the Council of Europe include the Parliamentary Network on the Situation of the Children of Ukraine, launched in June 24, highlighting the many important human rights issues facing children of Ukraine, both within and outside of Ukraine. I am pleased that the network's vice chair, Mia Petra Kumpula-Natri, will be with us later this afternoon as panelist in session 2 on international support for reintegration and recovery. The Council of Europe has the duty to do whatever it can to help in practical and concrete ways. We should also view it as an essential to help promote the cause of Ukraine's future so that the world understands the stakes and does not get confused by lies and propaganda. Echoing the words of the Council of Europe Secretary General, I turn to the children of Ukraine themselves to unequally state: we will stand up for you, your rights matter, Ukraine's future starts with you. We stand together in the pursuit of a better future, where people are allowed to channel their energy and abilities towards creation and away from destruction, towards beauty and away from ugliness, towards love and away from hate. The children of Ukraine deserve no less. Thank you.
Dear Ms. Guilford, thank you for your enlightening speech and above all for sharing your strong personal commitment and the commitment of the Council of Europe to stand with Ukraine and to help bring Ukrainian children back. With this, we round up the opening part, and after a short technical break, we will have the first panel. And I will hand the moderation into the hands of Professor Mindaugas Jurkynas, who is a full professor at the Faculty of Political Sciences and Diplomacy at Vytautas Magnus University.
Esteemed guests, excellencies, members of parliament, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, my former students, everybody supporting the right cause of Ukraine's fight against the real dictator. My name is Mindaugas Jurkynas. I work at Vytautas Magnus University. I'm a political scientist. But today we have a conference which is partly related to grim results of politics, and namely relating the fate of forcibly deported children and their state of mind. Our panel focuses on three things, may I remind you. The first is the scale and systematic nature of forced deportation and illegal adoption. The second deals with the psychological and social impact on children and families. And then, last but not least, we will look into Ukraine's progress in locating, returning, and successfully reintegrating abducted and returned children. Our panel consists of esteemed panelists. I will read their names. We have Daria Simchuk, advisor, Presidential Commissioner for Children's Rights and Child Rehabilitation from Ukraine. Applause for everyone, please. Yes, thank you. Then we have Ivan Matkovsky, a Ukrainian student who was rescued from forced deportation to Russia by returning to the temporarily occupied territory of Donetsk region. Then we have Her Excellency Janet Eileen Sontner, the Ambassador to Canada and Lithuania. Also, Dennis O'Green, child and adolescent psychiatrist, a visiting professor at King's College London, UK. and Alexandra Bati, Head of Project at the Summit of First Ladies and Gentlemen Global Platform. Welcome everyone, and now, as far as I know, we will have a video testimony of a child who was returned from Russian Federation, and then we will open the panel with the speakers. So the video is, I reckon, ready and should be played on.
Коли почалася повномасштабна війна, я був вдома. Мені тоді було 16 років. У нас в сім'ї було я, мама і тато. Коли почули, що почали стріляти, ми одразу побігли до батьків на роботу у підвал. І ми сиділи всю ніч і цілий день в підвалі. Росіяни окупували наше село, і ми були 3,5 місяці під окупацією. У росіян пропала зброя, вони шукали, хто партизани, але у мого батька не знайшли зброї. Коли вони прийшли в двір, вони почали бити при мені, при мамі. Батька забрали, їх там допрашували, током били. Сказали, що він скоро має повернутися. Він повернувся через 33 дні. До нас в школу зайшли росіяни. У нас в школі була ще нульовка, і нас забрали віком від 5 до 17 років. Поселили в якусь школу, але ми не знали, що це таке, і від того ми дізналися, що це сиротинець. І я пробув там півроку. Нас розподілили по групам і почали розводити по класам. Показали, розказали, що де як. На слідчий день ми вже ходили на уроки. Уроки там були на руському язику. У нас в кімнаті жило 10 чоловік. І воно там кімната, вона вся обдерта, кроваті якісь желізні, сіток якихось. І покриті просто якимись покривалами. Не матрасів, ніде нічого. З їжею там були проблеми. Кожного дня одне й те саме. Перловка, тушонка, там, компот якийсь, не знаю, з чого він зварений, і сухарі якісь. З тих пір, коли я бачу перловку, мене після неї нудить, і я її не їм тепер. Нас вивели на вулицю на 5-10 минут, і то гуляли біля воспитателя. Коли я говорив українською, вони казали, щоб я балакав на російській, а я як балакав на українській, так і продовжав балакати на українській. У нас заходів таких, як то, не було, але коли саме головний там вояка якийсь там приїжджав, нас заставляли одягати російську форму і по утрам видавали тексти і заставляли співати гімн. Я ті тексти брав, вірвав і викидав. Вони мені постійно говорили, що ми тебе віддамо в руську прийомну сім'ю, ти вже назад додому не попадеш, назад тобі вже дороги не буде. Я дуже переживав, що з батьками, чи вони живі, чи батько повернувся додому, чи ні. У мене був друг Діма, мій однокласник, і в нього був телефон. І він прибіг, сказав, що наші мами нас скоро заберуть. І він дав телефон мені і сказав, на, дзвони. І я позвонив мамі, і спросила, це хто? Кажу, це я, Артем. І вона розплакалась і сказала, що скоро забере мене. Через 4 дні заходить директор і каже, спустіться вниз, і там стоять наші батьки, мама. І ми, коли їх побачили, ми одразу підбігли, почали обніматися і плакати. І я подумав, що я вже біля мами, під маминою безпекою. Я дуже хотів додому. Мені мама сказала, що мене вдома жде батько, і його випустили в той самий день, коли мене забрали. Я хочу, щоб всі знали мою історію, щоб росіяни віддали всіх дітей, щоб вони повернулися додому. Я пережив це, і я не хочу, щоб переживали це інші діти.
Thank you. Now we will switch to the first presenter, Ms. Daria Yarasnichuk. She will be speaking in Ukrainian, and we have an simultaneous interpretation. As a presidential commissioner, she will most likely cover the situation with the forcible deportation of the Ukrainian children and this initiative, Bring Kids Back Ukraine, as well as other Ukrainians and international efforts to locate and return the kids to their rightful families and the environment. So, Daria, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you that you're ready to hear these stories. I was the one who Artem told the story to. I heard from the first source. The story, every time I am covered with the goosebumps, because it's impossible to imagine that Ukrainian kids are really going through this. When I was intending to go here, I was thinking what I'm gonna say here, and I got reminded that my daughter, who's slightly above 16-year-old now, she spent all this wartime in Ukraine together with me. She told me, you know, Mom, I don't remember the life in safety without limitations. I asked her what did she mean, and she said, well, you know, the problem is when I was very small, COVID started, and then the war started. So I do not remember life when I felt safe, when nothing was threatening. And this is the core concept of my today's speech and my address to you, because we are talking about each child in the whole world. Each child is not safe. What's happening to Ukrainian kids? Well, today it happens with Ukrainian kids, but tomorrow it might happen to any other child. Sadly, today, Russian Federation is committing genocide, a national genocide. Ukrainian kids are dying each day, as you heard from our First Lady. At least 599 kids where we have verified information that they died. Sadly, part of the territory is still occupied, which means that after the deoccupation we will have to see new Buchas, new Izums, new Khersons on the deoccupied territory. 1,762 kids were severely wounded. Each day, Ukrainian kids are losing their parents, losing their houses, losing their childhood. Just yesterday, after another missile attack against the city of Kherson, Russians destroyed a whole stair flight of a skyscraper. There was a girl, 2 girls survived, they were 11, but their mother died. And every day, in the life of Ukrainians children, war is present. But the most terrible crime that Russians are committed every day is the deportation. It's stealing the Ukrainian kids, not simply physically, but also morally and psychologically. They are trying to erase the identity of our kids that are currently remaining on the occupied territory. I can tell you hundreds of stories. I would love to tell you something happy and nice, but sadly I have to be the voice of our kids, the voice that is being stolen by Russian Federation. Sadly, we do not have an exact number of how many kids Russian regime stole. So we do not have access to occupied territory, so obviously we do not know the fate of each kid. But at least 20,000 of Ukrainian kids, which we know for sure, we know their personal data, and we can start looking for those kids. So that's why Artem and Ivan, he's gonna tell his story a bit later, they managed to come back because they were able to notify us where they are. But if we're talking about the kids that was stolen when they were very young, they cannot tell us where they are. In a very short amount of time, they don't even remember who they are, where they are from. And these kids, it's going to be very hard to return. After the kidnapping, there are few options for the kids. First way, they go to a hospital, despite of the fact that they might be healthy, but then they go to Russian families. And second option, they first go to mass camps, and after those camps, they rarely come back home. What happens there? It's a total Russification. It's just dirty propaganda. It's changing the reality, lying to the kids, lying about what happens on their land, lying about who Russian Federation really is. Quite often when we are able to return our kids, and today, thanks to the presidential initiative Bring Back Kids UA, we managed to return 1,251 kid. It's not only the kids that were kidnapped, but also the ones that were under the threat of deportation in the occupied region. For example, the kids that just received an invitation letter to a military collection point, or the ones that were informed that they're going to be taken away from the family. Despite of a small number of 1,221 kids, we can say that Russians have a very well formulated methodology of erasing the identity of these kids. We can say that all of these kids would not have an opportunity to come back home unless the entire global civilization unites and demands that. Sadly, even though that happens now, our efforts are not enough. It seems that we have very clearly defined international documents like Geneva Convention, international rights, Convention of United Nations about the rights of children, but in practice, that deemed invalid, because the civilized countries, it works for civilized countries because they are actually following the documents that they signed. If we're talking about Russian Federation, they are not ready to play by civilized rules. So today, we understand that only political pressure we can do something, only using political pressure. That's why our president created initiative Bring Back Kids UA. That's why in our president's formula there is the fourth point that talks about the return of all prisoners of war and deported kids and civilians. That's why the coalition emerged to help Ukrainian kids come back home. And there is 41 countries in that coalition, and I'm looking forward for more countries to join that. But today we have to be even more vocal. There are kids that already would never be able to speak their own voice what happened to them. So today I wanted to vocalize a story with my voice. It's a story of an 18-year-old boy, Alexander Yakushenko, who lived in Kherson region, who was deported to Russian Federation to Krasnodar region, and he was sent to a Russian family for adoption. He wanted to come back, but there was no option to come back, so he committed a suicide. After he was handed an invitation letter to the military collection point, because then he understood that he will be forced to return to his homeland as a part of the occupying force. Before committing a suicide, he recorded an audio to his friends. He said, "I'm not needed here. And if I were not deported to Krasnodar region, everything would have been okay in my life." That is what's happening with Ukrainian boys and girls that are in the claws of the terrible maniac regime. The country that is committing genocide. And of course I'm talking about Russian Federation. Sadly, Alexander could not be rescued by us. But hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian kids are hoping for your support. I want to thank for that you're willing to hear these terrifying stories, because this is what Ukrainian kids need. So the story would be vocalized, so no one in the world would be forgetting that they're still waiting and hoping for the help, and we still can help and save them. Thank you.
And today, as we can see, we have one of rare happy endings. We have Ivan here, who has been returned safely. And I reckon that you will ask some questions, Ivan, right? You will be asking questions about the happy ending, but how it all turned out to be better at the end, but what was the suffering in the beginning. So I guess I will hand now the floor to you so that you can ask Ivan about, you know, the process and how it all ended, so that Ivan can be here with us happily.
Я розумію, що Іван
Yes, I understand that Ivan might be nervous, so I'll help him a bit. I'll moderate. So Ivan, please share your story. Tell whatever you want to tell. What happened? What was happening to you there while you've been in the claws of the aggressor? But first, please tell, what was your life like before the war? Thank you, everyone. It's very important for me to be here and to tell my experience. And also, it's very important for me to share this story because there are a lot of them. And we want that each kid would be able to tell their own story specifically. That's why I'm here. So I hope that every other kid from Ukraine will come back home and be able to share the story. Before the invasion of Russian Federation, I was boxing, I was doing a lot of sports, I was playing with my friends, I was studying to become the auto mechanic. And after that, when Russian army attacked my country, I woke up early morning and I could not leave with my older brother because my city was surrounded. I lived in Mariupol. No. And I couldn't leave the city because Russian troops have already surrendered the city. And I had to spend more than a month in the city. The food ran out, the water was out, electricity was out. And we asked the police to help us, and Ukrainian police was helping the best they could. I was in a bomb shelter, in a basement, and there was more than 1,000 people there. It was next to the drum theater, the theater that was bombed. And when the bomb landed, more than 1,000 people were still hiding under it. Do I understand correctly that when you and your brother, you saw, together with your friends, after you saw that dramatic theater was destroyed and how many people died there, was that the catalyzer of your decision to try to run away from the city? Is that correct? Yes. When I saw the explosion, we understood with my brother and friends that there is no sense of staying here further. We decided to try to run away from Mariupol on foot to Ukrainian territory. When we exited the city, we were immediately apprehended on the Russian blockpost. There were a lot of other Ukrainians that were trying to escape. When they were checking our documents, me and my brother, they forced us to undress. They were looking at my body. They were looking for the body marks. They were looking tattoos with Ukrainian symbols. They needed a reason to keep me. My brother was more than 18, so he was released. Back then I was 16, so I wanted to also cross to Ukrainian territory, but they pointed guns at us and said that we're gonna have to follow them. So just to clarify, they didn't find anything on your body, right? They undressed you, examined, but still decided to separate you and your brother, right? So your brother, you could have stayed with your brother, but they decided that they want to keep you and some other guys. Yes, that is entirely correct. They wanted to take us to Donetsk region. And when I arrived there, I was sent to a children's hospital, even though I was absolutely healthy. When I spent there more than 3 months. I was trying to get in touch with my official caretaker. I wanted to say that I did not want to live in the occupied territory, but they were telling us that we're gonna have to go to Russia and we're gonna get Russian passports and we're gonna get new Russian families. As I understand, and most people probably, when we're talking to teenagers, we are asking, have you tried to escape? Have you tried to run away? So we quite often think that it's possible to run away from Russians, but that's not really so. Have you tried to run away from them? Yes. We tried to run away, but we were apprehended, and once again, guns were pointed at us. They promised to shoot our knees out if we tried again. So we understood that there is nothing we can do at that point, and we stopped the resistance. How much time you spent in hospital in Donetsk? About 3 months. As far as I understand, except for you and other kids, there were more people. Did you hear anything from them? Did they have families? Yes. Me and my friend were the first ones there. After that, there were more kids. From 9 to 14-year-old, maybe 16-year-olds. And I was helping those kids to get in touch with their family so they can identify their location. But sadly, not each kid was able to say that because they didn't simply remember, because they didn't have the contact information of the parents. Yes, so not every child remembers the phone number of the parents, right? Yes, because nobody was expecting the kidnappings. So, of course, not every child knew that. But as far as I know, not simply you were trying to connect with the families, but also you were documenting the names of all kids that were there with you, right? So you can inform then Ukrainian side about the list of the kids so they can be returned. Yes, exactly. When my caregiver arrived to take me, and he took me to Ukraine, I understood what was the meaning of this. I really want to help all the other kids that are remaining on the occupied territory, for them all to come back home. What they were telling you, what they were telling you, Russians are keeping you in hospital. You're already matured guys. You're 16-year-olds. What are you asking them? What's the meaning of this? What did they say? They said, you have to wait. You'll have to get new Russian passports. We're gonna study in their educational institutions and we're gonna have a new life. A new life in Russian family. Yes, new life in Russian family. What happened to the kids that remained after you left? Before I left, all of the other kids that were in the hospital, they were deported to Russia. All the kids were sent to Russia. I'd like to finish this conversation with you on a positive note. Please tell us about the emotions that that you felt when you saw Anton Viktorovich, who is your official caretaker. What did you feel? Well, I knew that when he comes to me, but to be honest, I didn't expect that he's going to be so early. I was still sleeping. I realized that I'm home. I'm in safety. I'm gonna see my my beloved ones quite soon, and I'll continue my happy life. Thank you so much, Vanya. I want us all to thank Anton Viktorovich, who is a true hero, because he made a huge way out to take Ivan from the occupied territory. So please, let's applaud to him. And I also would like to sum up that we just heard one story of one child who did not have to witness the death of his parents. Of course, he saw a lot of terrible things. He saw a lot of things. And I wanted to underline the myths that Russian propaganda is pushing. That Ukrainian kids want to live in Russia. Please, you see, kids don't want to live there. Kids are telling everyone they don't want to stay there. They don't want to be in the occupied territory. They want to be home. Not a single member of Russian parliament, they are not asking kids for the contacts of their parents to unite them. This is another myth of Russian propaganda. They're saying that they do everything to connect the kids with the biological families, and that is an outlie. This is just a lie. Some kids are not simply in the hospitals, but they're also being trained. They're being militarized. They are being treated in psychiatric institutions. They are being treated with psychiatric medication just to break the will, to make sure that they believe that they're gonna stay forever in Russian Federation. So Russians will probably never stop in the pushing of these lying myths and telling the fake stories about how kids are happy there. Majority of the kids that you've seen, like Artem, Ivan, before releasing them with the biological family, Russians are recording a specific video on which, Ivan, did you have to record such a video? Well, we had a post with a picture. So yeah. So what they did, they said that the moment child wanted to go home, the child was released to go home. But majority of the kids and parents are forced to record a special video where they have to speak on the background of Russian flag about how well they were treated and how happily they are waiting for Russian Federation to come and occupy the entire territory of Ukraine. And after that, sometimes they've been released and sometimes, sadly, still not. I hope that all the people that are taking important decisions, that are able, together with Ukraine, build new global system of security for the kids, actually will do that. Because today it's Ukrainian kid. Tomorrow it can be a kid of any other country in the world.
Anybody in the audience would like to ask a question? Daria or Ivan, we heard some gruesome stories and events, but we also witnessed, as I mentioned, a happy ending. So should you have a question, you can do now. I don't see any hands, so well, maybe later. Now I will turn the floor to Her Excellency, the Ambassador of Canada to Lithuania, Janet Eileen Saltner. The floor is yours.
Привіт! Laba diena! First, I have to thank the First Lady Nausėdienė, Vilma, the organizers, excellencies, and the other panelists, and especially thank you to Ivan for telling us your story today. I am really humbled by your bravery in putting yourself on a stage to talk about your personal story. That's not an easy thing. Thank you. First, it bears repeating that Canada stands resolute in its commitment to support Ukraine in defending its independence from Russia's brutal war of aggression. To be clear, Ukraine did not provoke this war. Our support to Ukraine will endure, ensuring a future founded on lasting peace, justice, and respect for international norms. The spirit and strength of the Ukrainian people inspire us all and reinforce Canada's commitment to uphold the UN Charter and to stand with Ukraine. I am not an expert like some of my colleagues up on the panel. I have practical experience with children. I have 3 children of my own, and I was a Scouts commissioner for a number of years. I've coached children's sports teams, and I also developed consular policy for unaccompanied children. So I have some professional but also practical experience of children. And one of the key takeaways I have from that experience of working with children is that they are resilient, but that we need to help them to be resilient. And I look forward to hearing from my colleague to my right a little bit more about that. Canada and Ukraine jointly launched the International Coalition for the Return of Ukrainian Children in February of last year. The objectives of this coalition are coordination, information sharing, capabilities alignment, and advocacy and communication. The work is guided by fundamental principles behind the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, the best interest of the child, you all know that. And in my mind, the key question is, what will reunite these children with their families and their communities? Russia claims that many of these children, we just heard this story, Russia claims that many of these children were evacuated for security reasons or medical treatment or for temporary stays in recreation camp. This is a ridiculous story that we have to just reject outright. These are large-scale displacements of children who are now housed in institutions, some of them placed with the Russian families. Many children, as we've heard from Ivan, are exposed to pro-Russian disinformation campaigns and military education, and all have been separated from their families and communities. This situation has shocked many in the international community. The coalition currently, as my colleague has said, has 41 member states. Of course, Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, and as we heard, the Council of Europe are all involved in as member states, as well as observers. Canada is conducting ongoing outreach to expand the number of member states. This coalition also works through several silent but committed partners. Some stakeholders, such as Qatar and certain civil society organizations, have been successful in facilitating the return of children, but they preferred to have a quiet approach to pressure Russia. And as we've heard, there have been some successful returns, although there is a great deal of work still to be done. Of course, this work is linked up with other initiatives. For example, Canada co-chairs with Ukraine and Norway a Working Group 4 of Ukraine's 10-point peace formula. Working Group 4 is focused on the return of prisoners of war, detained civilians, and deported children. So this is the deported children part. Since January 2022, the Canadian government has committed over $19.5 billion in multifaceted support to Ukraine, including financial, development, humanitarian, military, and peace and security assistance. At the summit on peace in Ukraine held in June last year, Prime Minister Trudeau announced a further 52.4 million package of measures, and this included 15 million to support vulnerable children, youth at risk, and the reintegration of displaced children returning to Ukraine. In October 2024, Canada hosted, again with Norway and Ukraine, a ministerial conference on the human dimension of Ukraine's peace formula. 73 countries and international organizations, and I'd like to point out from all continents, participated in this conference. The conference resulted in the Montreal Pledge, signed by 53 countries to date. Lithuania, of course, participated and took on a leadership role in relation to this issue. And Canada greatly appreciates Lithuania's ongoing commitment and collaboration on this file. We all need to work together. And you heard from Minister Budrys exactly more details about this particular initiative that Lithuania is taking the lead on, called Safe Pathways Home. For security reasons and also to ensure the participation of some key partners, some of this work, and actually a lot of this work, tends to be very quiet and behind the scenes. But I can guarantee you that it is happening. And I think I really have a deep respect for Lithuania taking this on, because it's not a big flashy initiative that they're going to be able to tell people about all aspects of. And so they're taking the work, they're doing the work, they're doing it because it's important, and they are going to contribute to the safe future for children in Ukraine. Merci pour m'avoir donné la parole aujourd'hui.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I never thought that I would say that, but since my childhood years, I've been the fan of the Canadian ice hockey. We could watch that even during the times of Soviet occupation, the World Cups. And when Canada won the Four Nations Cup in ice hockey, I somehow felt even more overwhelmed because they beat in the final. I thought I would never say that, the United States. Well done. Good applause. We talk about sports here. Okay, should anyone raise a question for Her Excellency in the audience, if I see a hand or any? Because the Canadian support for the cause of Ukraine, for children, for international law is well recorded and greatly appreciated. Then we go to the next presenter, Professor Denis Ubrin, who is a psychiatrist specializing in child and adolescent psychiatry. And he is, I remind you, he's a visiting professor at the King's College London, UK. So, Professor, the floor is yours. You need a microphone or a clicker? Is there a clicker? Yeah, there it is. Over there.
A professor without a clicker is a scandal. So we need clickers for these kinds of things. Actually, before I start, can I ask people one more time to give appreciation to Ivan for sitting there in front of all of you? I'm so proud of him. Like, you know, can you imagine sitting there and speaking in front of all of you at his age? Well done. He's a boxer as well, so don't upset him. Look, I'll tell you a few sort of practical things on how to work with kids with trauma. So this will be especially pertinent for those of you who work with children. You know, there are loads of kids outside of Ukraine, unfortunately millions of children, and quite a few of them are in the UK, where I'm based. For those of you who remember the actual day of the invasion, it was a Thursday, and by Saturday, my wife and I, Oksana, were actually on the border in Przemyśl, which is one of the Polish cities, delivering some aid. And a friend of mine from the BBC took some pictures of children arriving from Ukraine. This boy actually also from Mariupol with his 3 sisters. Interestingly, all the girls are looking at him. He's 13, but he looks a lot older than that. This is a picture I'm especially proud of. So I took this one. This is a girl from one of the eastern cities with her cat. The cat looks a lot more stressed, I have to say, than the girl. And this boy here, can you see this little pet rat in the sock there? I thought it was adorable. He actually, so kids actually also rescue the animals with them. Look, so when children arrive, I'm sure in Lithuania you gave it a lot of thought on what to do. We also had a plan in the UK on how to receive these children, depending on the level of trauma that they experienced. We produced this little book called The Rucksack, which was written by a children's author, which proved very popular with kids. It sort of traces the steps of a little boy and a little girl all the way from Ukraine to the UK and then back, crafted interestingly to explore some of the difficulties they may have experienced on the way there and back. Kids really like this kind of stuff. I'm happy to share for those who are interested in the method. Then we also created these groups for children. It's not art therapy, it's just art. So kids come and they create art. And in fact, as a child psychiatrist, if I could put art, sports, and nature into 3 pills, I think I would need no other pills. I would just dish out these pills for children. That little boy in here is actually also from Mariupol, like Ivan, and he spent a lot of time in one of the factories, and you can see that he produced this T-shirt with the factory sort of settings, and very cleverly, in the middle there, for those who've been to London, you will recognize this is a symbol of the underground, like the metro system, and it says in Ukrainian underground, which is very clever. For some reason, all children who escape from their sort of war-torn countries, when you ask them to produce a T-shirt, very many of them will actually have their own flags. So we see this with kids from Afghanistan and Syria, but especially in Ukraine. So you can see, like, I actually have one of those T-shirts too with a flag. I'm really proud of it. It's a bit too small for me now, but anyway. Look, I'll tell you a few words about the sort of the general approach to children who went through trauma, not just with PTSD, but just with any kind of sort of war-related trauma, which we have seen, unfortunately, in all of these areas for many years. And the method, which is called Teaching Recovery Technique, so TRT, was actually developed for the Bosnian wars in the mid-90s. So just to orient you to what actually happens to children, typically speaking, they experience difficulties with 3 sort of clusters of symptoms. And one of those, which is probably mostly known to everybody, is this sort of intrusive re-experiencing of what happened to them. Most of you will know what flashbacks are. So, and the difference is that a memory is under your own control. So I can, for example, remember the wonderful breakfast I had this morning with very nice kefiras, which I really like. Whereas a flashback is not like that. It's actually an intrusive thing that isn't under your control. So it comes, and it's very frightening to the child. And could happen in all sensory modalities, not just visual, could be in all of them. And so the way that one works with intrusions is one has to sort of give the child an opportunity to escape, first of all. So we always teach children a technique called the safe place, where a child is invited to think about a place that they remember from the past that was safe. Or for children who can't remember or have difficulties with that, they can imagine a place in the future. And then one invites the child to describe that place in all 5 sensory modalities, so what they can see there, what they can hear. You can also think for yourself, if you want, just a place, maybe a holiday or a place from your childhood, and then just take yourselves through these sort of modalities, what you can smell, what you can taste. The most popular place with Ukrainian children is their grandmother's kitchen. And I'm a big fan of grandma's kitchens. You know, they have lots of nice things happening there. You can taste, smelling there. So you want to have a lot of detail of that place. And then whenever the child is frightened, then they can go there in their imagination. And one thing about kids is they have vivid imaginations. They can do it very easily, much easier than us adults. And then the key to working with flashbacks in any modality is that instead of these flashbacks being in charge of the child, you want the child to be in charge of these flashbacks. And the way you do this, you invite the child to on purpose recreate that flashback. You can put it on the palm of your hand or on a wall, and then you want to invite the child to manipulate that image or sound or whatever you're working with as much as you can. So if the image is still, you want to make it moving forward and backwards. If it's far away, make it closer, and the other way around. If it's blurred, make it sharp. So basically, you want to give the child as many tools to manipulate that flashback as you can, so that the child is then in charge of it and not the other way around. In fact, in psychological therapy with kids, with trauma, what you want to achieve is boredom. You want the child to be bored. So when the child is saying, actually, I've done this so many times, it doesn't frighten me anymore, I'm just bored, I say, this is cool. It's very good you're bored. I like you being bored. A very similar approach is taken to nightmares. Sometimes nightmares could be very frightening. Sometimes the child will not tell you what it's actually all about. The number one nightmare that kids in the UK have is that Russia will send nuclear weapons and destroy London or their own city. And so in the same way, you want, I had this wonderful colleague called Bill Yule who passed away last year. And I learned this question from him. So he would say to a child, so tell me, whose nightmare is that? And the child would say, what do you mean? He says, well, whose nightmare is it? Is it my nightmare? He says, no. Is it your mom's nightmare? No. Whose nightmare is it? And the child would say, it's mine. He would say, if it's your nightmare, then you could be in charge of it, and you can decide how it ends. It's a wonderful approach, I have to say. I really like it. And so basically what you do with nightmares is you invite the child to describe it to you. And if they're too frightened, maybe they can describe it to somebody they trust, like their mum or grandma, someone like that. And then you want to, in the same way as you do with any flashback, you want to create a story. And then, crucially, you want to end the nightmare the way that the child wants. So, for instance, we could introduce a superhero to a nightmare. And then that superhero could, for example, stop the rockets or do something like that. Interestingly, the most commonly used superhero in kids' nightmares is actually President Zelensky. So he arrives and then he stops these missiles from Russia. Then, so basically, the way you deal with intrusions and flashbacks is you put the child in charge and then you repeat it until the child is bored. That's the essence of this. Now, the second part of the trauma symptoms is hyperarousal. So all of you who have come across kids from Ukraine, you will know that they respond, especially to certain noises like helicopters and I'm looking at Natalia, who has just arrived from Ukraine. I'm sure you respond to helicopters in a very hyper-aroused way. And that's something that is a very natural thing. And then often children can't sleep and they can't concentrate because of this hyper-arousal. They are too aroused. And it's quite fun to work with the child, when they describe what actually happens to their body. If you have a group of children, they will often want to all tell you what actually happens in their bodies, and then you can map it in this way and explain how fear sort of creates this loop that fear produces more fear. And you want to have at least some sort of an idea of how to grade this fear. So we used to talk about thermometers, like, a thermometer from 0 to, say, 100. But now many children have never seen it in the UK, a thermometer that you put under your armpit, because everything goes into your ear now. So you can create a ladder or some other sort of idea of a graded anxiety, so that the child can tell you where they are. Are they at 100 or like 0 or whatever? And then you want to give a child some sort of a tool to manage that anxiety. So most of you who work with kids will know about at least one relaxation technique of some sort. Loads of sort of older teenagers these days love yoga, and there are so many different kinds of yogas. I had no idea, like this hot yoga and animal and acro yoga is like two kids, one goes on top of the other. It's extraordinary stuff. But you want to give a child a tool of this kind that the child could use when they are hyper-aroused. I guess the easiest one to teach a child is diaphragmatic breathing, where you breathe with your diaphragm. My favorite way of teaching this is that you take beautiful flowers like this that the child likes, then you teach them to breathe through your nose, like this, until it goes into your tummy, and then you breathe out through your mouth, and then you can have bubbles as well, so you can see visually that things leave your mouth. And then finally you have avoidance, which is like another group of symptoms. And avoidance, interestingly, could be either physical, where the child is literally scared to leave their room or leave their flat or their house, even though it's safe to do so. Or it could be cognitive, so that the child avoids remembering or thinking about what happened. So there are two types. But the approach you take with both of these types of avoidance, which are unhelpful, is that you create a hierarchy, again, from something that's not very scary to something that is really very scary indeed. And then you work gradually with the child so that they take one step at a time until they are not scared of this thing anymore. So if the child is scared to go out, even though in London we don't have any mines and it's relatively safe, then you may want to start with the child coming to the front door and staying there until they are not scared anymore, and then you can take a further step. A very similar approach is taken to the cognitive avoidance, where the child is scared to remember things, so that we invite the child to draw or describe or even have a drama performance of what happened, but right from the beginning, through the most difficult time, right all the way to the safe place, when they arrive in the UK, or when Russians have left, or when you are back, with your opikun from the Russian territory. So the key thing is to go through what happened several times until, again, the child is not scared of this anymore. Kids I worked with, I think some of the scariest moments for them were when they were leaving their hometown and crossing the front line. Very often Russians, for whatever reason, would would shoot at them, at their cars, even though it said Dzieci on the cars. And they were very frightened of that. And then, very importantly, when you finish working with the child, you want to finish. I really appreciate your efforts to try and finish on the positive. It's really important, like, to think about the future, what the future may look like. I have so many pictures of rebuilt Mariupol. You would not believe this, like, and how it would look like again. And basically, if you do this sort of approach with the child, they have sort of really good chances of improvement. We don't quite fully know, how much of this improvement is a passage of time and safe places, and how much of this is the actual intervention. But we should know this year. We will have this thing called randomized trial, where we will compare two groups of kids in Ukraine, in Ternopil. Just to say that we have this wonderful, everybody has been saying how important it is to have partners. Of all of the partners we had, I really wanted to highlight Infosys. It's like an IT company based in India, who have been doing lots of work, including some digital learning centers in the Dnipropetrovsk area, which I think they're doing an incredible piece of work. And they provide this sort of place where you can deliver all kinds of digital and face-to-face interventions with hundreds of kids. So I'm really grateful to them. This is, by the way, Mariupol. If you have not recognized, it has desheva something, like cheap something, I don't know what it is, vzutya, which means like a shoe, and the tomb, and sometimes they have ATB. I didn't know what that was, but ATB is like a Ukrainian supermarket, and it's a symbol of Ukraine coming back to Mariupol when you have ATB again. So that's the future. And you can see everybody's very happy running around, which I can only assume is a bed of flowers. Oh, I don't know how, but anyway, this is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. And now, again, last but not least, I would like to give the floor to Ms. Alexandra Bati. She will speak in English. And she's head of the project at the Summit of First Ladies and Gentlemen Global Platform with the support of Catalyst Research, Brand Ukraine, and UNICEF. And she will present the international research called Protection of Childhood Security Dimensions for Children and Adolescents during our panel discussion. So, Alexandra, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Hi, distinguished guests and speakers. Thank you for this opportunity to talk today to such an important topic for such an important day for Ukraine. You heard here a lot of heartbreaking stories, but I will talk with figures. As moderator said, I will present research and I will tell a bit about it. I'm a head of project of the Summit of First Ladies and Gentlemen Global Platform that was initiated by the First Lady Olena Zelenska in 2021. Every year we conduct a big international event in Kyiv that gather First Ladies and Gentlemen, expert international organizations, representative, all those important figures in soft power field that are willing to find answers to global challenges. And to make these summits profound, we always conduct international research to have updated data. They are all international, and we have a background to talk more profound. So this research was exactly on the topic of child safety. We measured 5 dimensions. Children in conflicts, children in family, in education, in cyber field, and in climate changes. I asked to start with a short video, intro video about this research, and then I will proceed with the slides. Can you please?
In today's fast-changing world, protecting our children's safety and well-being is more critical than ever. But what are the biggest threats they face? In August 2024, we launched the Protecting Childhood Survey, collecting insights from 9,000 participants across 15 countries: Brazil, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Iraq, Japan, Kenya, Lithuania, Qatar, Serbia, Turkey, Ukraine, the United Kingdom, and the United States. 300 parents and 300 children, aged 13 to 17 from each country, shared their concerns about the major threats to childhood: economic instability, armed conflicts, digital risks, and mental health challenges. A significant 75% of parents believe their children face more threats to their safety and well-being today than they did during their own childhood. One of the greatest threats to child safety today is war. Nearly 1 in 4 children are directly impacted by armed conflicts through displacement, loss, or the constant threat of violence. 89% of children worldwide know of at least one ongoing war or armed conflict. 67% of children mentioned they are indirectly harmed by it. War also affects the mental health of both children and parents. Children directly impacted by war experience heightened worries across nearly every aspect of their lives. They are 78% more likely to feel unsafe at home, 42% more concerned about their appearance, and 41% more anxious about their academic performance compared to other children. A significant portion of parents, 76%, are concerned about the safety of their children at school. In Ukraine, 55% of parents express frequent concerns, while this figure rises to 57% in Brazil. In the United States, 35% of parents report similar levels of concern. Over half of all children have skipped school at least once in the last 6 months due to concerns about their safety or other challenges to their well-being at school. 8 out of 10 children have encountered school situations that negatively impact their safety and well-being. It includes other students' behavior, bullying, and war damage. Still, an encouraging 87% of children globally say they feel safe at school, with the highest rates of perceived safety in Denmark, 95%, and the lowest in Ukraine, 71%. Cybersecurity is another major challenge. 8 out of 10 children know someone exposed to harmful content online, and the same quantity of parents are concerned about their kids' safety online. As for home, 53% of children always feel safe in there. The strongest domestic stability is reported in Serbia, Kenya, the United Kingdom, and Brazil, and the least safe feel children from Ukraine, Japan, Iraq, and France. This research was conducted by the international company Catalyze Research in collaboration with Brand Ukraine, with the support of UNICEF. Join us now to uncover the key findings and explore how we can work together to create a safer, brighter future for our children.
Yeah, thank you so much. Can we proceed with slides? Here you heard general information about the research. I will focus, I know we have not much more time, but I will focus on global challenges that face children on the war dimension and in Ukraine and Lithuania figures. For now, 75% of parents say their children face more threats to their safety and well-being than when they were children. This was felt more strongly by parents in Ukraine, Kenya, Brazil, and Turkey, when parents said a lot more threats than we experienced when we were kids. This study highlights both the global issues face children and the range of local challenges. And here you can see top 5 issues globally that children name as the biggest problem. Rising prices, it's actually common for children and for parents. Climate change, poor mental health, poverty, and extreme temperature and climate changes. But the global picture disguises local challenges, which are the focus of our summit. And there you may see that number one issue for children varies by country. And for example, for Ukraine, it's of course war, and for Lithuania, it's mental health. 89% of children are aware of at least one war or armed conflict ongoing in the world today, and they name Ukraine, Gaza, and Sudan, and it is a huge figure. War directly impacts almost 1 in 4 children. It's 23% of children are affected directly by war globally, with the, of course, highest rank in Ukraine with 99% and lowest in Japan with 4%. What does it mean directly affected? These are children who live in the country of war, that have a family member or a friend who are in the front line, who lost a family member or a friend in the front line, who have a family member, a friend who is working to support a country that is in the war, or those children who are refugees from the country of where the war outbursts. But 2 of 3 children are also indirectly affected by war, and this figure is also huge. It's 67% in the world, with highest rank in France. It was 86%, and lowest in Ukraine 1%, because 99% here in Ukraine directly affected by war. What does it mean indirectly? Those children know people who live in a country at war, or see, read, or hear about war in social media, on TV. They know a refugee from a country where they are affected by cost of living due to the war and other way. The main thing that war intensifies children worries in every single aspect of their life. They feel uncomfortable or unsafe at home. They worry about their friendship, their relationship with the family, their appearance, their mental health and physical health. As for Ukraine, 87% of parents think that their children face more threats to their safety and well-being than they did when they were kids. Of course, the first one, the biggest problem for now and for next 2 years, both children and parents say it is war. The second one is landmines, and the third one is rising prices. Top 3 issues affecting children personally right now, they name war, family worries, and being separated with family because of the war as well. War, as we already talked about it, influences mental health a lot. And in Ukraine, the war is the number 1 problem that influences mental health, both parents and from children and from parents' perspective about children. And here we see how parents and children assess their mental health in Ukraine. And the share of children directly affected by the war, it's 99%. In Lithuania, both children and parents view rising prices as the most pressing issue for people in the country, alongside concerns about climate change and poor mental health. And 76% of Lithuanian parents think their children face more threats to their safety and well-being than they did. Top 5 problems people face in this country in the next 2 years. Both parents and children name rising prices, and then go climate changes, poor mental health, loneliness, extreme temperature conditions. And children say that top 3 issues affecting them personally today is looking their mental health and family worries and bullying in person and online. War is one of the indicators that influence the mental health in Lithuania as well. And here you may see that 51% share of children directly affected the war in Lithuania, and 43% indirectly affected by war. And what I want to say in the conclusion that we see that war influence not only those children where this war happens, not only in this country, but also in neighborhood countries as well. And we will cope with the consequences of this huge problem in next generation. That's why we need to start to cope with right now. I will encourage you to see the full research because there is a lot more interesting data specified by countries, specified by different dimensions we examined, and to share it and to use it in your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. And I see that we are right on time and the other panel is approaching and we still have a technical break. But still, perhaps you may have a question or two in the audience and there is a liberty to ask them. So should anyone be interested, raise your hand. You know, any other sign of bodily function that I may recognize as a urge for ask a question? If not, I guess that we have to give a big and loud applause for all the panelists. Thank you.
Dear all, time is running and we will just have a quick change of panelists. So let us keep in our places and welcome the next panel's moderator, Janet Anderson. And please come, yes. A quick change of water.
Just let the selfie taking finish off down there. So, yes, thank you. We have also our panelists joining us online. That is brilliant. Hello and welcome to the final panel for today before we finish off this conference. My name is Janet Anderson. I'm a journalist, luckily enough to be based here in Vilnius, and of course that means that I regularly deal with Ukraine and Ukrainian issues. My area is mainly justice and accountability, but I'm very interested in the issues that we have been discussing today. We've been hearing from the First Ladies speaking about how Ukraine is under attack by the attacks on children. We heard directly the testimony from Ivan about what it actually feels like to be abducted. Now we have a new panel where we're going to go a little bit more broad and a little bit deeper on the issues of mental health for children in Ukraine, the best practices that have been examined as to how to deal and help with these children, the role of international partners, particularly the neighbours, places like Lithuania, and we're here in Lithuania, and we're going to take the opportunity to explore some of the specifics here. We're going to kick off, I believe, with a short video about where we are. It was described as there is no other centre like this by Ukraine's First Lady. This is about the people and their stories of the Ukrainian Centre. Am I correct that we have that video ready to play? Thank you. Please go ahead.
Добрий день, Діана. Наусєдєнє.
Ми на Український центр – це, по-перше, українська спільнота, де ми можемо зустрітися своїм колективом з українцями, де ми можемо спілкуватися на українській мові, нас всі розуміють. В нас приймають участь в майстер-класах навіть вже литовці і дітки литовські, які приходять і кажуть, ми розуміємо українську мову. Тобто ми намагаємося підлаштовуватися під них. Ну, в принципі, нас вже дуже гарно розуміють на українській мові. Тому це у нас такий осередок, де ми можемо відчути себе як вдома.
Український центр – це те місце, яке об'єднує рідні душі, де можна поділитися своїми враженнями, переживаннями, разом провести час, розділити українські традиції та здобути неймовірний досвід з спілкування не тільки з українцями, але теж з іншими національностями.
Мені подобається англійська.
Англійська мова, га?
Я люблю дивитись мультики. Мені подобається поділки робити. Займатися футболом.
Український центр у Вільнюсі проводить дуже багато програм для українців, за що ми дякуємо. Я сама приймала участь в програмі «Акселератор», яка дала мені дуже багато знайомств, дуже багато знань, які далі я втілюю у своєму житті.
That was a wonderful way to start this particular panel. It seemed to connect back to some of the issues that struck me from the last panel about the importance of creating a sense of safety, a sense of home. And it looks like that at least this little part of Lithuania has managed to do that, and I hope that we will explore a little more how that can be done. Let me introduce our panelists. We have online Oksana Zolnovich, who is the Minister for Social Policy of Ukraine. And we have here with us, hello, thank you, Oksana. We have here with us Daimanta Bukekaite, who has only been in her position, I believe, a month or so now, as Vice Minister of Social Security and Labour of Lithuania, and she's joined by her colleague, who will also be helping to translate some of her words from Lithuanian into English. We had a representative from the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe who was unfortunately unable to attend. We have Robert van Vora, who is closely connected to Vitatis Magnus University, a professor there, and also Chief Executive of Human Rights in Mental Health, FGIP. And Natalia, who has come from Ukraine, Natalia Masiak, who's a child psychiatrist from Lviv at the National Medical University there, and a member of the supervisory board of the Voices of Children Charitable Foundation. And she'll be speaking in Ukrainian. So please, if you don't speak Ukrainian, please make sure that you also have your headsets ready for any translation that is needed. I'd ask the panelists to address briefly what is actually being done right now and what more is needed to support Ukrainian children. But I think that they will go a little bit more broadly to deal with the wider mental health crisis that all Ukrainian families, all Ukrainian children are facing at the moment. And then to also think about what is actually needed from the international community to support these Ukrainian children, and let's make it very concrete and very specific what is actually needed. So let me ask the Minister of Social Policy in Ukraine if she can help kick us off, and please, Oksana Zolnovich, please tell us what you would like to explain about what is being done at the moment.
Good afternoon. My speech is Ukrainian. Дуже прошу всіх.
I would really ask you to wear your headsets. Dear colleagues, friends, partners. First of all, I want to sincerely thank you for the opportunity to speak about our children, for an opportunity to speak about their childhood, about their needs, about the challenges that our kids are encountering on the third year of bloody war. Thank you to my colleagues from the government. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, the ambassadors. Thank you, everyone who was a part and is a part of this forum, which is once again attracting the attention to the idea that every day those people that were supposed to be growing in love and they have a right for dream. Our kids, they have to hide from the explosions. They have to lose their loved ones. They have to be afraid to go to school because nobody knows how the day is going to finish. And sadly, this is our today's reality that has been continuing for quite some time. And if we think about the whole time of war, starting from 2014, there are kids that were born and grew up remembering only war. Thousands of Ukrainian kids lost the basic feeling of joy and safe childhood. They felt separation with the family, fear, unclarity, and many, many other things. And this is not all. Because sadly, Russia is forcing to abandon their culture, identity, their language, using terrible measures of deportation and transportation, forceful transportation. And that is the pressure under which about 20,000 Ukrainian kids are now under. They are forbidden to even think that they are Ukrainians. And today, in the whole world, we're making the coalitions that are acting. And I want to thank that our international partners are actively helping us return the kids home. And we managed to return already 1,223 kids in the framework of Bring Kids UA. But still, hundreds of kids, thousands of kids are in danger now. They could not speak freely. They could not choose their destiny. They have no right now to say that they're Ukrainians anymore, sadly. Together with this, as we're speaking about reunification with our children, it's important not simply bring them home, but also to ensure that they have a place where they can develop, where there is a family for them, where they're being taken care of. That's why we've created a mechanism of reintegration of deported Ukrainian kids, where in fact each representative of the government is a part of multidisciplinary team where we have different accountabilities and different roles, and we are working out the way of children being brought back home with the least possible trauma. So the kids would be home, so the kids would be together with the family, and if care, in case they had no family before, so they would be adopted. And we are achieving this result. At the moment, 100% of returned kids are being returned to a family, either to their biological parents or to the close family, or to someone who just wants to become a parent for a certain kid. Also, throughout the war, we understand that we need to direct some resources to support the families and parents, because if you have more than 3 kids, it's a big challenge, because it's hard then to bring them up, to educate them. It's a problem in all countries, but in Ukraine that's even amplified by the situation of the war. So each kid with a family, biological, non-biological, adopted, not adopted, they always need to be certain that they're gonna get all the possible support. Also, we have developed a strategy of upbringing the kid in the family-like environment. We've sent a lot of resources to local communities. We started buying social services on the national level, where we are helping parents to improve their parenting. We help them form and support their psycho-emotional state, because each of us is in constant stress, including the kids. And it's not always that they are able to regulate themselves. And sometimes parents don't know how to help the kids in these situations. So we're also starting a new program that would help integrate the kids with certain disabilities, because sadly we have a sad heritage from Soviet Union, but we want to make sure that the internets are no longer working, and kids with disabilities are not being returned to the internet, but they're being reintegrated to the society. We're gonna make the adoption procedure simpler. So I can tell that this year we have already achieved some results. We have the adoption rate that was the highest in the last 5 years, which means we're advancing in the right direction. And the number of families that want to take a adopted kid is increasing, which is great. We have also substantially increased the support to the families with more than 5 kids. We are giving them social residences. We've already bought 57 houses at expense of the government, of course. A lot of those houses were constructed due to initiative of Olena Zelenska in her framework address of the childhood. So, of course, we're trying to support big families as well. We've started an online platform for all the families that are willing to take an orphan kid in their family, just for them to understand what they're gonna have to prepare for, what skills they're gonna have to need, and how to upbring the kids. And they will get all this information in the process of studying, as they're taking the decision to open the heart and the doors of the house to a new child. Also, together with UNICEF and the government of United Kingdom, as sadly Ukrainian resources are mostly directed now to fight against the aggressor, and everything what we earn we have to send to the front line. So these social programs are being covered by donors. So I really thank all the partners that are supporting us by filling the social budget and budget for our social programs. Only due to that support from other governments, specifically for the government of United Kingdom, we were able to create this opportunity for the kids, the opportunity for the parents to help kids and parents solve their issues. So we can pick up every single family when they have a crisis, and to make sure that kid stays in the family. We do all what we can to de-escalate any poor condition. We also want to say that we have also increased the social support connected to reintegration of people that, let's say, were displaced. We're helping them to find work. We're helping them to find. We're providing them a social worker to support them as a nanny if they have a lot of kids. This is things that can potentially help them to survive in this uneasy period. Of course, we still have a lot of challenges, and we are trying to fight these challenges. We're on the way of improving. We definitely would like to return all of our kids in the safe environment in their families. I really want to thank Lithuanian government for being the first ones in helping us. And this center that was demonstrated in the previous video is one of the testimonies that our Ukrainian citizens that are in Lithuania, they are still connected to Ukraine, and they can feel themselves Ukrainians. I'm very thankful for that, and I'm asking and calling on all of you to help in this fight for Ukrainian kids to keep their right to be called Ukrainians, to keep the rights, to keep the dreams that democratic society should provide for the kid. Thank you so much.
Describing in detail there both the challenges and much of what Ukraine is actually doing in the social policy area. And you provided a very useful link back to Lithuania. So I'm going to ask the Vice Minister here to really focus in on what Lithuania has been doing in this field.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, thank you for the invitation to participate in this very important conference and to talk to her colleagues from Ukraine what is important and what we can do more and more for the Ukrainian people in this difficult time and after, of course. We as ministry keep Ukraine at the top of our agendas and continue to help your country to win the war by all the means, political, military, financial, humanitarian and social. We fully support you in the continuous process of European integration path involving implementation of necessary reforms which undoubtedly will contribute to safeguarding of welfare of the people of Ukraine. We seek to ensure that Ukrainian refugees live as close as possible to potential jobs and educational facilities for their children. Lithuania is extremely lucky to have received an unprecedented support from civil society regarding integration of Ukrainian refugees. Lithuanian people, the government, municipalities, of course, and non-governmental organizations are helping Ukrainians with all their might, providing the necessary support and assistance, of course. Since the beginning of the war, our ministry has allocated more than 15 million euro for humanitarian aid for Ukrainians here in Lithuania. This support was intended for things, food products, hygiene products, and various supplies. We also supported vulnerable children, pregnant women, and provided other necessary assistance. From the beginning of the war, 93,304 Ukrainians arrived in Lithuania until now. The total number of minors is 24,436. We pay special attention to unaccompanied minors seeking to ensure a safety stay in Lithuania and all the support they need. In Lithuania, there are 460 unaccompanied minors, 37 of whom are from Ukrainian child care institutions. Children with disabilities from orphanages of Kharkiv and Odessa. Lithuanians' priority is to ensure that children feel safe and forget the honors they have experienced as soon as possible. Taking into account the impact of war, atrocities of the mental health of Ukrainian children, we seek to ensure psychosocial support for them, among other services. Lithuania is an active member of the International Coalition for Return of Ukrainian Children. Our ministry consults the Ukrainian colleagues on improving the quality of childcare and deinstitutionalization, as well as child rights protection, including service for children and families, of course. The plan is to continue collaborative work, consultations, and experts' assistance in these areas, which are crucial for children returning to Ukraine. According to the institutional agreements signed between our ministry and the Ministry of Social Policy of Ukraine, Lithuania has committed to ensuring that unaccompanied children arriving from Ukraine to our country are promptly assigned a representative according to the law. Additionally, temporary care is established for these children, taking into account for the form and type of child care provided in Ukraine until it becomes possible to return the children to Ukraine. In the last 2 years, Lithuanian institutions had a series of meetings with Ukraine regarding the reform of a child care system, the institutionalization, and the improvement of a child protection system. Ukrainian colleagues visited Lithuania, and we also had remote meetings. We are one of the organizers of a high-level conference to be held in Lviv this year on May, which will be attended by our minister and ministers from other countries. The purpose of this conference will be to discuss about social and security issues and how we can help Ukraine more as our country and, of course, other countries from Europe. Our ministry constantly shares its expert knowledge and experience with colleagues from Ukraine Ministry and of Social Policy.
in the areas of deinstitutionalization, of course, assistance to children and families, and integration of people with disabilities. We are ready to continue sharing this experience and good practice with colleagues from Ukraine. And together with me, my colleague Laura, so maybe she can say a few words, what I forgot to say now.
Hello, everyone. My name is Laura, and I'm the head of Foreigners Integration Unit in the ministry. I'm really here as an interpreter for the Vice Minister, but I can share some of the things that from my perspective. So our unit was established in January 2022. We have developed a 10-year plan on how we will develop integration of foreigners in Lithuania. Then in February, the war in Ukraine started, and all of these schedules went to the recycling bin. And we actually worked with our now Vice Minister Deimante when she was the head of Caritas, Lithuanian Caritas in Lithuania. So she really knows a lot about the response and the reception on what we had to do to receive Ukrainians here. And I want to express a very deep respect that I have for Ukrainian people, because the moment they came here, the first thing they asked was, what can they do? They didn't really ask for things here. And the NGOs they established here, once we went to meet them, they were asking what they can contribute to Lithuania and how can they be useful here. Recent findings that we got from UNHCR, one of the things they told us that the seniors Ukrainians in Lithuania are asking for things that they could do to contribute to the local community. So they are here to contribute, they are here to be a part of our community, and we are very thankful for that. What I'm really glad to say is that Ukraine is really one of the top priorities still in our political agenda. One of the first things that, first tasks that I got from my new Vice Minister was we have to ensure the humanitarian reception and all the support for the Ukrainians coming to the country. Even with the influx slowing down, still we have to keep our attention on the newcomers that are coming to the country. At the same time, we need to look into the future and to ensure that the Ukrainians who came here earlier, that they would still feel safe, that they will find their place in the Lithuanian community and still hold their ties with the Ukrainian culture and with Ukraine. Lithuania is here to support Ukrainian people and to keep them safe, to build their confidence, to build their strength so that they could rebuild Ukraine once the war ends. And children are one of the major target groups that we are working with, and we are paying extra attention to every child that comes here. I see my colleague Dina smiling from the auditorium because she and her team were the ones working with the Ukrainian ministry and the Ukrainian institutions while we were negotiating on how to relocate Ukrainian children to Lithuania. Ukrainian children from institutions with disabilities, and it was a really tricky procedures on how do we bring them here safely. But it worked, and I think we are glad for every child that we could help, and we will be glad for every child that we will help in the future.
Great, thank you very much. I know it's not at all surprising, but what struck me very much from what the Vice Minister said is that complete opposite way of dealing with unaccompanied minors, of these children from orphanages, to maintain their close connection with Ukraine, to support and care until it is possible to return, to work with the Ukrainian authorities. And from all the stories we've heard, I mean, that just, it's such a contrast with what we've heard of what has happened to people like Ivan and the other stories that we heard earlier. So, Robert, let me turn to you. Do you want to stand to do your presentation? To talk, I think, about the wider mental health crisis that is facing Ukraine and Ukrainian children.
Before I start, there's one thing which makes me very grateful. You know, I've been in this business for the past 48 years. I remember that mental health was never on the agenda. Nobody talked about mental health except when you were a mental health professional. In 2001, the World Bank appointed the first mental health advisor. And people looked and said, mental health advisor to the World Bank? What does that have to do with economics? Right now, everybody understands that mental health is essential. It's the core of everything. It's the core of our thinking. We've been talking about numbers. I just put 2 slides to give you once more an overview how many kids are affected by this war, both inside the country and outside. Because also the children that are here, they are constantly affected by this, because a lot of them have their fathers that are at the front line, they have their family members over there, they have the same anxiety, and they cannot do anything but hope that they will survive. Also, if we look at crime numbers, the war has, of course, created a lot of crimes committed, especially against women, children. And when we see the victims of, for instance, rape, a lot of them are underage. 40% of the victims are under 14 years of age. So this is really, you know, a big issue that we have to focus on and deal with after the war. This war is unique in the sense that it is a war, close combat, constant shelling, total destruction, very similar to the frontline war during the First World War, the Somme, northern France, 1914, 1918. And again, there is an innovation which is really scary. Then in 18, it was the tank that appeared on the scene. Now the tanks are basically gone. It's a drone warfare. And the drone warfare has a very big impact on mental health. The sound of shaheds, the sound of drones, it's really scary, especially when you don't know where they are going, and in the case of drones, whether they are yours or whether they are of the other side. So we're looking at a population of which more than 1/3 has had to leave their homes. We are looking at a mental health care sector which was still very much under development, still recovering from the Soviet period. We have at least 15% of the institutions damaged or destroyed because of shelling. We have at least 1/3 of the mental health personnel outside the country who fled. And many of them are the young ones, well-trained, knowledge of languages, and they are not coming back to Ukraine. It's very sad, but I can guarantee you most of them have found their jobs outside, they have integrated. Some of them have started families. They will not be coming back to Ukraine. So we will be looking at a mental health sector which really needs to go into the width in order to try to deal with the consequences. Also, a lot of the refugees are women and children. When they go back after the war, they will meet their husbands, fathers, brothers who have been at the front line. And you can imagine what the divorce rates will be and the levels of domestic violence. It's unavoidable. So what can we do to help? So what we've been doing is we established this platform, Samopomich, self-help. It is based on a program that initially was developed in the Czech Republic during the COVID period because there were so many people that needed mental health support. And the services could not answer because personal meetings were impossible. And so they established a self-help program to help guide people how you can help yourself. Because a lot can be done by people themselves. It's only a certain percentage that will need professional help. And so this platform gives advice, what to do in the case of depression, what to do when you have suicidal thoughts, what to do when you're panicking, what you do when you're anxious or you develop obsessive compulsive disorder. And so on social media, every week we post short advice, what to do in certain situations. Like for instance, for a mother who goes into the bomb shelter with their kids and the kids go crazy. How do you calm your kids down, right? And this is a program which now also has an application on smartphone and is really very widely used, the website especially by people that are working with people who have mental health problems. At the Taras Shevchenko University in Kiev, we are now establishing the Veteran Mental Health Center of Excellence, which is a program that should provide at a certain moment a knowledge center on veteran mental health issues. And again, this is a very important issue because people very often forget that military veterans have a family. They go back to a family. And that family lives in the community. And so the community needs to be helped in order to prepare themselves for the return of these military, help the family and help the military to return to civilian life. So one of the target programs that we are developing is community resilience. The other one is working with families. How do you help families to deal with a military coming back who is traumatized by everything that happened at the front line? In October last year, we published in Ukrainian a book that was developed for the German Bundeswehr. And it's a book that helps military that come back home to explain to the kids why they behave differently. Why cannot they stand large sounds? Why are they sitting, depressed in front of the television when the television is not even functioning? Or why are they suddenly aggressive? And it's a very simple book. It looks like a children's book. And the military comes back and can sit with his or her kids and explain on the basis of drawings, what is actually happening in order to help the kid understand that Papa or Mama is different than he or she was before they went to the front. So we printed 5,000 copies, they're gone. At the moment, we're printing in Kiev the next 10,000. They have already been ordered, so we are now collecting money in order to print the third print run. Last night we had an auction at the Czech embassy organized by the Dutch and Czech embassies, and we raised another 8,000 euro by selling art, which will go into the production of this book. The reaction that we got, apart from the fact that everybody wants to have it, is a request. We also need a book for kids whose father or mother did not come back. And here we have a difficulty. We ordered books from all over Europe, from North America, dealing with this type of situation, and none of them fit. And they don't fit because the books are made for kids who live in a peaceful society, usually affluent, who can go to school, who can go to the cinema, who can go to the park, can go to the swimming pool. But the kids in Ukraine cannot do that. They're living in war. They lost their parent, but at the same time, they are living in war. They hear the sirens every night, they have the bombing, they see the destruction. So we need to write a separate book specially for these children. And so the authors of the first book have agreed to work on this, and hopefully by the end of the year, we can publish that one as well. And it's very important, what this book looks like. There is one Ukrainian example, a book that was developed in Ukraine. It has drawings that, well, my first reaction was that author really needs to see professional help, because it's clear that the person has been very much psychologically affected by what is going on in the country. But if you show a book like this to a kid, you will traumatize the kid. So it's really very important that the tools that you use, that they fit and they don't enhance the trauma that is already there. There are two areas, they're not children related directly, but which I am really concerned about and think that we need to keep in mind. There are services to help military that have been wounded to recover, to rehabilitate, to revalidate, and in case the war is going on, go back to the front. But there are also soldiers that have been wounded to such an extent that they will never recover. They will die. And so we're talking about people who have given their life, who need to be allowed to die in dignity. And so there is a program for developing palliative care in the country, and I really hope that it is something that we can take further. The second area are those who have mental illness, chronic mental illness, those who have intellectual disability. How we are affected by what is going on, by the sounds of war, on them it has a much bigger effect. And unfortunately, there is very little talking about them. The institutions that were in the east part of the country were evacuated. They went west. That means that they're now living in crowded environments, still hearing the bombs or the sirens. And for them, this is a really scaring situation that they have to deal with. So, I like the idea of ending optimistically, but I think it's also very important to end realistically. There will be high levels of domestic violence. There will be high levels of divorce. There will be veterans coming home committing crime because they have been traumatized at the front. They will wind up in the prison system. The prison system, we are trying to prepare for this. There will be large numbers of disabled veterans. Some of them might not have a family, and the risk is that they will wind up in the social care homes and be just, forgotten and stashed away. And very important, we are looking at a generation of kids who need to rebuild the country that have almost become accustomed to living with death, that when they go out, see destruction, that have parents at the front, they know someone who died. And this has a long-lasting psychological effect which goes for generations. It's not just this generation. Their kids will be affected by this as well. And so, also very important, we need to develop systems that are sustainable, that can be paid by Ukraine, because, of course, there is a lot of support from outside, but that support will decrease over time. And it's very important to develop Ukrainian programs that can be paid by Ukraine and that fit in a Ukrainian context. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert, for that sobering assessment at the end, but also for your setting the issues that we have been discussing in that broader field of mental health. So my pleasure to have also another Ukrainian voice at the end, Natalia from Lviv, and I would like to hear directly from you about what the issues are now and how you are coping with them in your day-to-day life.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. And as I noticed, mostly people are taking off headphones when somebody speaks Ukrainian, so I'll switch to Ukrainian. Дякую, interpreter.
So thank you so much for this opportunity to share what is happening in the fields. What I see every day in the office of the child psychiatrist, and how the state, what sort of state is current mental condition of the kids. In fact, the situation is very complicated. So in the first months of the war, we had clear situation that there is a healthy kid and there was a certain trauma event, and then we work with the trauma. But now it's very different because they're growing in the situation of the constant stress, so that trauma dilutes and it's no longer one specific event. And this is something that what we see and what we will see for many years to come. Is that always bad? Maybe not always bad, because quite often when you have a negative experience, you're becoming stronger. But for that, you have to have a good contact with other people. We're using the metaphor of a plant that is being planted in maybe bad land, but if you take care of that plant that is growing on a bad soil, the plant still has a chance to become strong. And that's what we're hoping for, and that's how we are trying to help. Thank you so much, Robert. This is the problem that we're seeing now, that throughout the 3 years of war, quite a lot of fathers or mothers that returned home, they came back with traumas, physical and mental. They changed, and kids need to deal with that. Whereas their nice and warm dad that has turned, well, not into an evil one, but to the one that can react to the slightest thing. And this is something that kids really need to work through. Because, like, imagine yesterday's soldier, you tell him, go to psychologist. Of course, they're not gonna go. That's why we are communicating with the idea that go to psychologist, not for yourself, but do it for your family, do it for your child. Because this is what we have to do. When we're speaking about the mental condition of a child, we are always talking about the conditions of the family as well. I know that everyone is quite tired, so I'll probably not hold you for too long. But also, every day we see how resilient our kids are. They are able to help themselves, work through a lot of things that is happening around them. One of my patients, a 13-year-old kid that had experience of deportation in Russia, as they were returning back, she was forced to sing Russian anthem, which she was on the lessons, but she didn't learn that anthem, and that's why they didn't want to let her go until she's gonna sing the Russian anthem. It's been summer, so for 6 hours they were staying under the sun until she learned that anthem. Of course, they were filming that, and only after she learned and sang the anthem of Russia, they let her go. Now she has finished high school, and she has the highest grade amongst all of them. She's absolutely gifted. She wants to become a psychiatrist. And these stories we also see, and it actually fills me with hope that we're gonna succeed. Of course, there is a very simple recipe for helping not only Ukrainian kids, also Ukrainian adults and entire world, is to do everything for the war to stop, but the war stop in a just way, not simply stop, because we're having responsibility to do whatever we can to stop the war for our kids.
We have some time now for some questions. I'm going to kick off with a question for myself and ask you in the audience if you would like to ask any questions, please let me know, and they can be in English or in Ukrainian. And thank you. I see a hand there already, and I see another hand. That's great. Let me ask one to start with, and then I'll come to you, and I'll come to you. Thank you. I just wanted to ask my, I think essentially 3 panelists and a translator who may have her own view as well. Thank you. If you had to say if you said in 5 years' time, what do you think we are going to still be discussing? What do you think is still going to be needed in 5 years' time? Is it the same as you are talking about now, or is it different? What do you think is going to be the most acute issues that Lithuania is facing in this field, the general field of mental health, children in Ukraine? Please. You would like to go second? Robert, maybe you could kick us off. I think we each have our own view.
Well, I think this very much depends on what is going to happen in the coming 5 years. If in 5 years we still have war, we will need something very different than if the war finishes in the course of this year, which I doubt. I think the most important is, to develop services that are sustainable, that can be financed, that meet the needs of the population, and that are put in Ukrainian context. I don't believe in taking Western models and saying, well, you do this in Ukraine and then it will work. It doesn't. You need to develop a Ukrainian system. But in order to develop a Ukrainian system, you need to have people who are actually doing it. And as I said, a lot of people have disappeared, which is, it's a disaster, but every crisis is also an opportunity. This is really the moment when in Ukraine you can build a mental health care system which is not psychiatrist-dominated, where nurses are just carrying out orders of the psychiatrist, but where you have a multidisciplinary teamwork, where you have peer-to-peer support, where you have volunteers, and all voices count in providing mental health support to the population. So I see this as this is my optimistic answer. I see this as a huge opportunity.
Lithuanian language and my colleague helped me with translator. Noriu būti optimistė, kad po 5 metų arba 5 metų laikotarpį mes tikrai kalbėsim apie situaciją, kai Ukrainoje karas yra pasibaigęs.
I want to be an optimist and hope that after 5 years we will be talking in a situation when war in Ukraine has already ended.
Taip pat tikiuosi, kaip sakė Robertas, kad karas baigsis šiemet.
And the Vice Minister is hoping that the war we hope will end this year.
Bet manau, kad kas liečia pagalbą žmonėms, žmonių situaciją, pagalbą vaikams, mes kalbėsime apie tą patį, ką kalbam ir šiandien šioje konferencijoje.
But if we are talking about support for people, support for children and their mental health, we will be talking probably about the same topics as we are speaking today in this conference.
Praėjusiais metais Liepos mėnesį buvau Ukrainoje pati.
Last year in July I was in Ukraine myself.
Susitikom su įvairiomis nevyriausybinėmis organizacijomis ir taip pat valstybinėmis institucijomis Ukrainoje, kurios rūpinasi žmonėmis.
We have met with both the NGOs and the Ukrainian institutions that are taking care of people in Ukraine.
Ir kalbėjome apie tai, kokia pagalba labiausiai bus reikalinga Ukrainoje esantiem karą išgyvenusiems ir sugrįžtantiems į Ukrainą po karo.
And we were talking what kind of support and help will be needed for people who are living in Ukraine now and the ones that will be coming back after the war.
Ir kolegė iš Ukrainos karito pasakė tokią mintį, labai taiklę mintį, apie ką mes šiandien irgi konferencijoje kalbam.
And a colleague from Ukrainian Caritas has expressed a thought which was very a good thought, a targeted thought into this subject.
Kai karas baigsis ir dabar tas vyksta, Ukrainoje yra labai daug užminuotų teritorijų. Kai pasitraukia agresorius, užminuoja teritorijas.
Once the war ends, there are at the moment quite a lot of territory in Ukraine which has minefields when the Russians go away.
Ir ką padarys Ukrainos kariuomenė, jie tikrai tas teritorijas išminuos ir galbūt ateityje žmonės ten galės sugrįžti.
And the first thing that the Ukrainian army will have to do is to demine these territories so that people would be able to go back.
Sugrįžti, galbūt atstatyti savo namus, atstatyti savo gyvenimus ir vėl gyventi po karo.
To come back, to rebuild their homes, to rebuild their lives so that they could build their lives after the war there.
Bet ką daryti mums su ukrainiečių širdimis, kaip mums išminuoti ukrainiečių širdis?
But how do we demine the hearts of Ukrainians?
Kadangi žmonės turės ir jau dabar turi labai stiprią trauminę patirtį.
As people will have and already have quite a strong post-traumatic experience.
Ir apie tai kalbėjo, ką tik pranešėjas prieš tai Robertas, kad reikės tada labai daug pagalbos, psichologinės, emocinės ir įvairios kitos. Tai ką mes galėtumėm padaryti dėl to, kad mažiau būtų pasipriešinimo ukrainiečių žmonių tarpe vieni kitų atžvilgių, kadangi bus daug agresijos, daug tikriausiai smurto, daug skyrybų, daug išyrusių šeimų, tiesiog labai daug trauminių patirčių.
And coming back to what Robert has told us, we will probably, after 5 years' time, we will probably be talking about the issues that arise between Ukrainians, the aggression, the post-traumatic stress disorders, so all of the issues that come from these experiences.
Ir ką tada mes kaip Lietuva, kaip valstybė, kaip mūsų ministerija, kaip kitos institucijos, nevyriausybinės organizacijos, galim dėl to padaryti dabar ir ką tada šitų 5 metų laikotarpį galim daryti dėl ateities ir tų žmonių jausmų, širdžių išminavimo.
So what we need to start talking about now is what do we do as Lithuania, as Lithuanian NGOs, as Lithuanian government, what kind of support do we provide now so that people would, so that their hearts would be healed and that they would be this demind after 5 years' time.
Ir dar vienas pastebėjimas, ką ir dabar turime patirtį, karui prasidėjus į Lietuvą buvo perkelta nemažai nelydimų nepilnamečių iš Ukrainos, iš nesaugių teritorijų.
The experience that we have at the moment, we have quite a lot of unaccompanied minors who were relocated from Ukraine to Lithuania.
Po kurio laiko daliai nelydimų nepilnamečių ir vaikų buvo saugu grįžti į Ukrainą ir jie grįžo į Ukrainą.
After a while, it was safe to come back to some of the territories in Ukraine, so some of the children did go back.
Kadangi fronto linija pasitraukė ir tapo saugu, sąlyginai saugu grįžti atgal į savo šalį.
As the front line moved and some of the territories became safe for them to live there.
Ir po kurio laiko dalis tų vaikų nusprendė grįžti į Lietuvą ir studijuoti, mokytis Lietuvoje, kad vėliau galėtų grįžę į savo šalį kažką padaryti dėl savo šalies, dėl kitų vaikų, kurie šiuo metu neturi galimybės išvykti.
And some of these children, after a while, came back to Lithuania again and started studying here in order to gain higher education so that they would come back later to Ukraine in order to rebuild Ukraine and help the children there that are left behind at the moment.
Thank you. Natalia.
Це вірно. Найперше, що я надіюсь...
So the first thing, what I hope for, is in 5 years we're going to be celebrating the 4th anniversary of our victory. Of course, war is a terrible catalyzer that is highlighting the weak spots of any sort of system, including the system of mental health. Medical system, doesn't matter what type of system. The war always shows what does not work. So, despite of the very, very difficult experience that we just had, it's very important for us to get the correct lessons out of it. I hope that most of it will be left in theoretical knowledge and will never be used by any other country. But it's important to find out what works good for us in our context, what works good for the children and the family. As a representative of Ukrainian medical service, I have a huge responsibility of being a part of it and analyzing what's happening now and what will happen next. If talking about the needs that we're going to see in Ukraine in 5 years, of course, it's a system of psychological and physiological wealth and health. Sadly, we have quite a big gap in psychosocial services. We have psychiatrists straight off. And I hope that these gaps will be removed and we're going to be able to build a system with the assistance of our friends from the other countries.
I have two questions from within the room. If needed, yes, this lady with her hand straight up. If necessary, I'll repeat your question. Please speak as loud as you can.
Yeah, sorry, I don't hear her because she doesn't speak in the mic. Yeah, if yeah, there's no sound. Yeah.
I'll translate. So this wonderful lady is from Ukraine, from my native city, and she was asking about are there some good strategies to keep family together, because many of mothers are staying in Lithuania or other countries and don't see their husbands, and that's provide to divorce and other bad issues. I'll switch to Ukrainian again, okay?
So this is a big issue, sadly. This is a big problem that we are observing as of right now. Military commanders, and this is sadly not the topic of this meeting, but there is a podcast where the military commanders are talking to the wives that they're asking them not to tell via phone to the husbands that they are staying in European country and they're marrying another guy here, and because otherwise the soldiers might commit suicide. Of course, when he's on the front line and she is in a safe spot, they're becoming different people, and this is a big problem. What we're recommending to the families, we are suggesting to keep the connection. We are asking the families, and what's very important to understand about Ukraine, even though we are at war, we have quite good digitalization level, and you can call someone on the front line, and then in the next few minutes you cannot reach the husband, and that of course is the point of worries. So we're recommending families to have a routine of calls at a certain time, but of course it's possible that there's going to be no connection, but if you keep the routine of communication, that's a very good thing. There is no golden rule here. I don't have an answer really. It's all about the values. If the family has the common values and they want to keep them, I think that the family can go through anything. If the family is in crisis due to the situation, it's very, very important then to just keep for the child and make sure that the child is not traumatized by the experience that the parents are going through. I would love to have an answer here, but I don't think it exists.
Well, I think this is one of the reasons why, so we are developing at this Veteran Mental Health Center of Excellence an e-learning platform through which we can train people working with military, with veterans, with the families, in a way that they can do the training at home without having to go to a city or a place where they are trained by a professional. And the first module, which will be ready at the end of March, is the one on community resilience. Because you can train communities and you can train families to be ready for their partner to come back from the front line. This is something, it's not a guarantee that it will work, but at least you can provide the skills, how you can meet a person, how you can try to understand what the person went through and try to reconnect, because it's pulling someone down from a military situation into a civilian one, and that's going to be a very, very difficult one.
Thank you.
Ačiū už klausimą ir situacijos įvardinimą. Mes tą irgi Lietuvoje jaučiam, bendraudami su moterimis iš Ukrainos.
Thank you for the question. It's a very good question, and we do feel the same issues and challenges here working with the Ukrainian women and their families.
Ką mes planuojam kaip ministerija šiais metais bus finansavimas, bus konkursas ir teikiama pagalba moterims, kurios susiduria su skirybomis, netektimis, kurios čia gyvena ir yra atskirtos nuo savo artimųjų, nes tokios pagalbos poreikis mūsų šalyje iš tikrųjų yra labai didelis.
What we plan to do in the upcoming months as the ministry, we have a financing plan for NGOs in order to finance some support for migrant women who has experienced forced migration and their families who are here in Lithuania, and they are experiencing losses and mental health issues and traumatic experiences and things like that.
Ir psichologinės pagalbos poreikis nuo pat karo pradžios Ukrainoje, kai pas mus atvyko moteris su vaikais, iki pat dabar yra labai aukštam lygiai. Ir tokios pagalbos poreikis tikrai yra labai didžiulis ir nepaisant ar didžiajame mieste gyvena, kur atrodo pagalbos prieinamumas didesnis, ar regionuose, bet psichologinės pagalbos poreikis yra tikrai didelis ir į tai norisi investuoti, kad moteris palaikyti, pastiprinti ir paruošti grįžti jas į Ukrainą, kadangi grįžus dar susidurs su kitais dalykais.
And we do feel a need to invest in the mental health and in the emotional support for the women and their children who are staying here, because we do feel that there's a need for that, both in the major cities and the regions, despite where you live. So we do want to put any effort that we are able to put in order to make sure that the women who are staying here would be more prepared to go back to Ukraine, would be more prepared to keep this connection with their husbands and to keep their family together.
I think that struck a chord with Robert. He wanted to say a word.
There's one thing I want to add for the refugees that are living here. We, in 2022, on purpose, established a crisis center at the Vilnius Mental Health Center here on Vassara Street. And so if you are in need of psychological support in Ukrainian, there is a team there which is ready to help you.
I believe we had a question from down here. Our translator cannot hear what you say, so please say what you need to say, and then one of us will repeat it. The question is for Natalia as well. Talia, will you do duty again to explain to us the question, those of us who don't speak Ukrainian, and then answer it?
Okay, Professor Grant was asking why I'm staying in Ukraine, why I'm not leaving this country where are sirens, bombs, and so on. And even I am so much crazy that my daughter, she's 9 years old, staying with me. There are several reasons for this. I'll switch to Ukrainian. Okay, we'll train your brain to switch from one language to other. It's very good practice. Це справді складне питання.
In fact, this is quite a complicated question, and I'm trying not to ask myself too much because sometimes I cannot find the right answer, because specifically when there's a hard day. So, first is there's a lot of hope that this work really matters. Everything what we do actually matters. The story of this girl, when she had absolutely terrifying experience when she was 14. At 16, she became the best student in the class. So just for kids like this, we have to keep our work. We have to keep doing what we're doing and giving them an opportunity and the space to realize themselves in their own country. Second, I have a great team. In Ukraine, I have an amazing team, and that is something that helps you most. That you have great experts around you, that you can speak to when you are in a difficult moment of your life, ones that you can consult with to find the way out from the most difficult situation. And last one, it's what you said. It's about 3 things that you can keep in the pill. It's nature, it's sport, working out, and that is something that can help you keep your sanity, that can help you keep your mental state in a proper order. Last thing, I will also repeat, it's good friends, it's great partners. But I also recognize that most of you are super tired due to this very complex communication that we have. But people around us, they are supporting us, and this is great. You know, if we at some point realize that we are alone, then it would not be possible to continue. But given that we have good friends around us, then we can fight, and we can fight the evil that attacks us.
Much to my panelists online who's had to leave us and here in person. Super flexibility in multiple languages, supporting each other and working with our excellent translator who's done a brilliant job for me, at least in English, and I hope the same for others. We will have a final few concluding remarks. Do not get out of your seats this time, please, ladies and gentlemen, so that we can finish on time. I would just ask my panelists, let's give them a round of applause to say thank you.
The most courageous to stay all over the conference. Indeed, we have had a very enriching day, actually full of really difficult and complex issues, but also, as we have finished with a lot of good practices and a lot of examples of how these difficult and complex issues can be solved. So just as a final concluding remarks, I would like to ask 2 of the colleagues today, what would be the takeaway message that you would like the audience to carry away from the conference? So Janet, would you like to give your rounding up remarks on that?
Well, I'd say even though that I'm based here in Vilnius at the moment, I'm still very much an outsider with this. So I recognize that my perspective is maybe an outsider's perspective. I am not as fully emotionally committed as maybe some of you. And what struck me very much is how incredibly serious these issues are. I mean, I think we all know that, but I think it bears saying again that this is fundamentally important for the future of Ukraine, that the mental health for the children of Ukraine is talked about, supported, worked with on the local and the international level. I was struck by the amount of expertise that's being built in Ukraine itself around this. This is an extraordinary community that you can see being expressed by some of the individuals who are outside Ukraine, some of who are inside Ukraine, who are really working hard on this level. It is Ukraine-owned. Even when it is, we were discussing what is happening here in Lithuania, you feel how Ukraine connected, how Ukraine partnered it is, and it has that sense of Ukraine ownership. I felt that I recognize the issues in every society. I recognize them in my own society, but the war is the deciding factor here. These issues feel very long-term, and they feel like we need to have very realistic approaches. And this is what I heard from inside the hall today, was such a degree of down-to-earth and realistic explanations of what we need to do, how we need to do it. And I found that incredibly encouraging.
Thank you. Thank you, Janet. And as we have had this beautiful bilingual exposure, so I think that, dear Ambassador, maybe you could give your takeaway message for the audience in Ukrainian. And well, as for me, I think that one of the result that the Ukrainian Center has done, and I can share my personal experience, somehow I found out that I understand Ukrainian now. Okay, so please, can you continue?
Дякую дуже. Я вже теж можу.
Thank you so much. I also can say that I somewhat understand Lithuanian. I think that this was a very beautiful conference, and everyone who was a part of it, everyone who gave their presentation and speeches, that were sharing the experience, Ukrainian experience as well. We talked about a lot of important issues, but I also would like this conference not to have happened, so we wouldn't have the reason to gather, because the reasons for this gathering is very sad. And I hope that next year our kids and us will not have these problems. Of course, we have this experience about kids, about waging a war. We are very open. We are very willing to share the experience, but I'd really love to have the situation where no one who heard of what we're talking about today would have to actually use it in practice. But sadly, it is what it is. And we have not simply talked about the questions and this problem, but also we spoke about very practical and concrete steps of resolution of the issues. What can we do to make it better? What can we do to help? Thank you a lot to all the panelists, all the speakers, to everyone who is here today with us. I hope everyone has enjoyed that, and thank you for the organizers, and glory to Ukraine.
Дякую, Olga. Well, as the ambassador said, definitely we would have wanted not to have this occasion to talk, and not these topics to talk about. The Ukrainian Center was, of course, born out of the need. And I don't know if everybody knows, but Ambassador Olga was one of those people who we sit together with at the table and discussed how to create the center of Ukraine, even how to call this idea that we want to embody. And I think that having all this content of the conference today, we definitely at the center of Ukraine have this, or take it as a responsibility and commitment to do more, to give more effort to help Ukrainian children who attend the center to be empowered with the knowledge, with the competences, to have the opportunity to develop their talents, so that, well, they will be needed for their country, and they will come sooner or later to their country, and they will be the ones who will be the strongest to take on the rebuild of the country. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, the panelists, and thank you, the audience. Coffee and snacks are well deserved. Thank you.